Good morning and welcome to the Tableland Region Council Ordinary Meeting for June. I just remind everyone to turn their devices off or put them on silent mode, please. Do we have any apologies? No, thank you. Could I just have everyone to be upstanding, please? I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we meet on today and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. Also, I'd like us to observe a minute's silence as a mark of respect for the members of our community who have recently passed. We wish their family and friends peace and comfort during this challenging time. Thank you. We'll go to item 6, declaration of any material personal interest, conflicts of interest by councillors or officers. Councillor Hayden.
So I declare I have a prescribed conflict of interest in item 12.4, TRC 2023-05 Southern Reshoot Program, as my son Errol Fitzgerald has submitted a quote for this tender, and I will leave the meeting during any discussions and voting on this item. I also have a declaration in respect to item 12.9. So in respect of item 12.9 today's agenda, I declare that my husband's uncle is a landowner who may be affected by the ultimate outcome of the matter under consideration. However, my husband's uncle is not a related party for the purpose of section 150EN Local Government Act 2009, and I consider that my participation in the consideration of this matter will not lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest.
Thanks, Councillor Hayden. Councillors, any other declarations? Councillors or officers? Thank you. All right, we'll go to confirmation of minutes. We've got 2 lots of minutes here. We'll first go to the Planning Committee meeting of Thursday, 8 June. Can I have a mover of those minutes, please? Those minutes be accepted as a true and accurate record. Councillor Wilkes is moving. And do we have a seconder? Councillor Hodge is seconding. Those in favour? Carried, thank you. Do we have any matters arising from those minutes of the 8th of June? No, thank you. Right, the next minutes will go to the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting of Thursday, 25 May. Can I have a mover that those minutes be accepted as a true and accurate record? Councillor Cardew. A seconder. Councillor Wilkes. Those in favour? Carried, thank you. Do we have matters arising from those minutes of the 25th of May? Did you have any, Jackie? No. Councillors, do we have any matters from the floor? Very good, thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 9, deputations and delegations. And first of all, I'd like to invite Joe Morrow, the President of FNQ Growers. Yeah, if you can just come up to the table there, Joe, thank you. Joe wears a number of hats, so I might ask Joe to talk about his other roles with Queensland Fruit and Veg Growers and other groups. But it's over to you, Joe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to the council. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I'd like to also acknowledge the great initiative you guys have started with the Agricultural Advisory Committee. I think I might have quoted it in the wrong way, but I think it's a great initiative, and I think it will help improve and develop the agricultural industries in general. I'm here today particularly to talk about hort, but there are linkages to all the industries in some way. As the Mayor has indicated, I'm the chair also of Queensland Fruit and Vegetable Growers and a director of the Queensland Farmers Federation. And some of the things I'm going to talk about shortly will relate to that as well. I'm just waiting for the PowerPoint to come back.
Yeah, it's
gone missing.
It's not doing what it's supposed to do.
That's okay. Just in case.
But I'll get it there.
Anyway, I'll get going because I just in case I put it on my phone, just in case I need to have a look at it, just to keep me in track. Firstly, as the Mayor said, I'm predominantly here as the chair of FNQ Growers, which is the peak body representing all hort industry in far north Queensland, not just the Tablelands, and not just Mareeba, because I've been asked a couple of times if I know where I was. I said, yes, I do know where I am, because I'm predominantly known as Mareebarite. I hope that won't be held against me. But anyway, the general purpose is to sort of highlight the importance of the industry on the Tablelands in particular. The industry is a broad industry, lots of commodities. And about a third of it is based in your shire. If you look at that Walkerman area in particular, but also in the Tolga area with the avocados and bananas and the blueberries in particular. And there's a few other crops that we could talk about. But generally, the point I was trying to make in the first slide, and it'll get there, talks about, do you want me to do the scrolling here? Just press that button, mate. I think I went too far. There's one before that anyway. I'll talk about that a bit beforehand. How do I go back? Do I just press this button? There we are. Look, the industry is worth about $1 billion to far north Queensland, the hort industry. It's predominantly about 500 million is on the Tablelands. And I know that if you look at the ABS figures, it's about half of that. The reality is the ABS figures have never been figures that we really are comfortable with. These figures that I have there are old figures too. They're from when DAF, and DAF is about to do another look at the overall value of the industry, and that includes also the dairy industry and the cane industry, which I'm not going to quote. And just to give you a bit of an understanding how important water is, it doesn't matter whether you're part of the Mareeba-Dumbula irrigation scheme. Generally, 100 megs of water generates 4 jobs. And $250,000 at farm gate per 100 megalitres. Just shows the linkage to water, and with water you get a lot of growth. And hort is one of those industries which generates a lot of jobs. Now, some of those jobs obviously are harvest jobs, which are taken up by the seasonal worker force, which is made up of, with working holiday visas, which are returning in force to the region. And a lot of the growers are very happy with that because a lot of our industries are much more comfortable working with that workforce. But the South Pacific Islanders are part of that in the palm. And a lot of you may be aware there are some social issues that have been impacting in the region, which we're working with a number of organisations to try to minimise the impact. But generally, we employ about 20,000 people across the far north, and 10,000 of them would be on the tablelands, and I would fair say that one third of those jobs are in what we would refer to the Tableland Regional Council. It's about so it's 10,000 for the tablelands, so one third of that would just be what's employed here, but they're direct employees. There's a lot of industries or what we call supply chain, which generate a lot of jobs in transport, from making cartons to, you know, just doing general repairs, all the benefits that come from having a very dynamic industry like ours. The region that we represent from Lakeland all the way to the Castlereagh Coast up to Georgetown, and includes this area here as well. We're one of the 4th most significant fruit bowls in Australia. It's one of the agricultural industries, in particular the hort industry, is really driving a lot of economic growth. The tableland figures show that with the population growth, and we closely work with, as I mentioned, QFF and Growcom, which is really a subsidiary of QFEG, and we're preferring to use QFEG a lot more because it's more relatable to our grower base. But Growcom deals with the commercial side of our activities, and QFEG deals with the peak body issues. Oh, wrong way now, this way. Now, I know this council is well aware of the rate and the land valuation issues. It's been discussed at those agricultural advisory meetings as well. I just wanted to touch base on this. QFF has been dealing with this issue because it's not just a tableland issue, it's right across Queensland. And Bundaberg was where we first saw a lot of these issues raised. There was a petition from them which calling for mandatory guidelines and all that. We've been in discussions with LGAQ as well to talk about this issue. What we're trying to do, and QFF in particular is doing, is trying to set up a series of guidelines to help councils in this issue of how to deal with valuations and the general issue, how that flows on to rates. And I'm not going to go into the details. This council is well aware of the issues. I don't think I have to, and I don't really want to go into it. I just really want to focus that QFF is trying to work out a series of guidelines to help councils and work with LGAQ, which therefore will flow on to all the councils. And it's just basically touching base with this council to say that if you need any further work to be done in this area in conjunction with the industry peak bodies, I'm fair to say cane growers would be the same, or tableland cane growers would be the same as F&Q growers. Is happy to be engaged in any sort of discussions, but I think the committee that you have set up will probably be the forum that will canvass and talk about the general issues that are relating to rates. And just to put it in a simple way, the budgets that farmers operate is very much determined by their input costs. Costs cannot really be passed on, although the ministers sometimes make these statements that when costs go up, we'll just pass it on to the consumer. It doesn't work that way. We generally have to absorb them and try over time, in particular the growers that go direct to the supermarkets, to try to see a significant or some sharing of the profits that they make. And if you look at the sale price of stuff in shops and revert it back to what farmers get, there's a big disparity. And it's been an issue that goes back probably 200 years from when QFEG was formed, actually. QFEG is celebrating its 100 years of being in existence. And if you go through the minutes of regional organisations or the peak body, you'll see that's an issue that's always been there. And there is no real answer other than if you could set prices, but we're not in a regulated system, and I doubt we'll be going back to that. It just, my job is to sort of, educate people and advise people that when we see significant cost increases, it's very hard for us to pass them on. And we're just trying to make you appreciate, I guess, our difficulties, and hopefully pass some of the difficulties back to you guys when you manage your budgets as well. QFEG has been lobbying in this area, as I said, with local government. We're going through a process. There's a number of other issues that are also related to this whole planning processes with how councils operate. A lot of it is based on state laws. We do see a great deal of competition between agricultural land, encroachment, and this is statewide, mining environmental offsets, national parks, the renewable energy rollout also has an impact on the planning process. That's more of a statewide issue, so we're engaging in that area there. And the issue of right to farm has been around for a long time. I think this council is probably deals with planning issues where you have farmers that are saying, well, this is going to encroach on my business. But it's a double-edged sword, unfortunately. When you have monocrops or mono industries, for example, like cane, for example, and you have new crops coming in, there is conflict also between farmers with practices that one farmer may do to another. So it's not a straight out of just saying we're going to have farmer right to farm, because like I said, it's not that easy, but it is an issue that a lot of farmers feel is impacting on their business, and there are a lot of regulations coming through, predominantly from the state. The reef regs, as we refer to them, is going to change the way a lot of farmers will do business and how they will go through their auditing process, which is another big headache. So we're just flagging these issues with you. We'd like to see, fairness and equity come into the whole process. And coming back to rates, that's one of the issues that has come up, that in particular areas, and there has been some significant increases in rates, and they may be justified by the council going through their process, but at the end of the day, from our point of view, it impacts on how we remain viable. But one thing I do ask if council would consider supporting, I know it's come up through the Ag Committee, is trying to lobby to change how valuations, the periodic nature of being done every year, and also some of the methods that they're using aren't really satisfactory. I'm talking about how the valuations are done, which is not a council point of view, but LGAQ and this council, if you can help in the process of moving back to what we used to do, which is a 3 or 5 year sort of process, and engaging with industry representatives before the valuations, or they decide on what is a fair sale, because a lot of the fair sales are based on what people list properties, which we find a bit ridiculous, because in a lot of cases those farms don't sell for the list value, they sell for whatever is the practical market value. And right now, from my understanding, is that that's pretty flattened out, because, well, farms aren't selling because of the interest rate rises that we've seen. So that's one area where we probably would, if the Tableland Regional Council can, through LJQ, support us, that would be something that would be, I think, a big benefit and change, and bring a bit more openness and transparency how the valuation is established, because we're sort of reacting after the fact rather than trying to work. And I think it's the important thing is I emphasise is working with the valuers, and then of course council can be part of that process as well, understand the dynamics of the market, and it is a very dynamic market, and there's a lot of speculation, or people that come in from larger organisations that have deeper pockets, and sometimes they exaggerate the price, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the true market price that's out there for, let's say, an average farmer. The other area that I just want to flag, because it's an important one, it's an emerging one, and again, I'm not thinking that this council's not aware of it. Accommodation is a big issue in the horde industry, and a lot of farmers now are dealing with this issue, and with the nature of us using South Pacific Islanders in particular, there's a higher standard requirement with accommodation. One, to meet the regulation, also the fact that the industry really wants to maintain its good practices and its good image with not only the workers, but also the community, that we're treating workers properly and fairly. So I imagine, and I know that this council, the Mareeba Shire Council and the Cassowary Coast, and even the Cook Council are dealing with applications all the time about on-farm accommodation. QFEG lobbied hard with the council, and we got the support of the LJQ with an amendment which allows up to 20, and I know that doesn't favour all the farming operations, because some farming operations need up to 100, 150 and 200 workers to be in their employment, and even more in some cases, depending how big they are and how regional they are and all those issues. But this is a very small change, and it allows a small operation to go about doing their application. It's self-assessable from what I understand, but they still have to meet all the requirements that a council puts down with the building and also state requirements. And it's a maximum of 20. And it's an important initiative for us. It does have a sunset clause. You can see this down there. Yeah, 220, I think it was 225. I think it's the sunset clause. And it's just an amendment to the planning process. And I know that there are a number of the what I would refer to. They used to be called large farmers, but now they're small farmers because we've got such big operations. Are catering for that 20 people on property, and this just allows for that smaller grouping to go through. But at the same time, we also are well aware that there are larger players that are looking for, you know, bigger accommodation facilities, and this council has to deal with all those issues that are in relation to transport and you know, all the impacts that it has on a neighbouring farm and all that. So we understand, and being a previous councillor, I understand the complexities of all that process. So we're not saying to you to be soft on us, but we're just highlighting that this is an important part, and you're going to see a lot more of these sort of applications coming through. And it's an important aspect to making sure the industry continues to be viable into the future. It allows, basically allows workers to be accommodated in a good facility, but it also, this amendment allows that farmers can share those premises with a neighbouring farmer, but they must be specific to the harvesting of fruit and vegetables in the wood industry. So that's the amendment. The expiry date for this regulation is the 2025 December, and we're hoping this will help alleviate some of the problems with accommodation. And we think there's also a secondary benefit, because all of you would be aware that there is a accommodation shortage in general, and a lot of farmers have been using rentals or some sort of or taking up, in some cases, motels, taking them out of the equation for our other important industries, for example, tourism. So it's just so that you understand why this regulation was made. It's not meant to undermine council process. It's still the building requirements have to be met, and state safety regulations and all those requirements, and there's more information that you can get from the state government on that if you need to understand this particular initiative. We were very happy when we got it. I shouldn't say we're very happy. We're happy because we'd like it to be more than 20, but that was regarded as fair and reasonable from the state and LGAQ's point of view. They didn't like to see it go beyond 20 employees on a property, and there's provisions that it has to be on a 25 hectare block and all those sort of things. It can be on a series of properties as long as it's done in accordance with the guidelines. So that's basically the three things I wanted to talk to council about. Make you aware that accommodation, because it is becoming a big issue with farmers to put on farm accommodation. A lot of the backpackers or working holiday, they were much more, I guess, able to. They put themselves up in a tent, or they have a one of those vans that you see around. Sometimes they were a nuisance to the community because they park anywhere and put up their clothes anywhere. Kansas City has issues in that area there, so we're not condoning that, but at the same time, that made them very flexible. They can move in very quickly into a caravan park and operate in that scenario. But when we talk about trying to bring in a labour force, that doesn't really work for a number of our major players who then need specific facilities on site. And it's just making you aware. I guess from my point of view, it's highlighting the value of the industry. The industry generates lots of jobs, and a lot of them are also jobs that are in your council region, and they stay here for. I mean, they're permanent employees, and there's a lot of employment that's generated in what I call the auxiliary services. Like I said, from transport to even manufacturing of machinery, and I think over time you'll see a lot more investment by companies that haven't really looked at being in regional areas. We're moving to a much more high technical or tech industry. Robotics is coming into the packing sheds, and I have my wonderful friends from Ridge Farming behind me. If you've been out to their packing shed, you'll see some of the latest gear, and that's all about reducing labour costs. But that brings a new challenge for the industry, where we will hopefully get some of the technical people that service the software, put the computers in, and eventually we'll see a lot more robotics on farm, and there'll be auxiliary, more jobs, I think, created by our industry within the region that stay in the region. The working holiday visa people and also the seasonal workers spend a lot of money in the community while they're here. So even though they might not be permanent jobs, they're permanent in the sense that we'll always need to continue to harvest our crops. So the money does get spread around, and I think if you look at the figures, it's not like the Woolworths and even Coles and Mariva, or Woolworths up here in Atherton and other places like that. There's a lot of stuff bought out of those places by those people once they start to work within a region. So the importance of the industry is really the main point I'm just here to talk about, and we're very important. We create a lot of jobs. It's important to the economy and the GDP of the region, the shires, the councils. So that's basically all I wanted to put in front of you. I'm going to be doing the same presentation to the Mareeba Shire Council. It's just making you aware that we're trying to work with the community as well. We're not here just to tell we want this, we want that. We want to make sure that at the end of the day, we continue to have a good reputation within the region, and we provide the economic benefits, not only to ourselves, although that's more difficult, but to the whole economy of the region. And that's basically all I was up to, right? The Mayor, sorry, I should say, the Mayor.
Very, very good, Joe. Thank you.
I didn't want to hold you up. I know you've got a long day.
Thanks, Joe.
I think that's all of them. I'll just double check that I got it all covered. Yep, I did.
Any questions for Joe before we wrap this one up?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Look, everything you said, I think we're well good.
Yeah, well, we.
Yeah, we really do, well, I do especially acknowledge the importance of the agricultural, horticultural, economic benefits in our area. I think it's, I said it before, I think it's the lifeblood of our area. So yeah, the importance is there, and yes, accommodation, we all know, is a very, very big thing. And I think that's starting to be recognised statewide now.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
Councillor Clifton.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Joe, I'd really appreciate any specific pieces of writing in the form of motions that you might like to have to send to me for a start as chair of the Ag Committee. It is coming up to be local government conference time, and I need to have a good assessment of what the various three thrusts should be put forward there, to see whether there's something that we might be able to consider putting forward to the LGAQ conference. So something,
I think
we can get those sorts of better.
And look, I'll talk to the CEO of QFF, and I'll get something to the council.
Yeah, that would be great.
If you want, I can put it to the Ag Committee first, if you want.
Well, the Ag Committee won't go for another couple of weeks yet.
Yeah, but I can send it to you first.
Yeah, that would be great. I'll then on forward it just to.
Yeah. And I want to stress, we're here to work with councils and LGAQ. Actually, one of the benefits with my two CEOs, QFF and QFEG, they're ex-mayors, so they understand the LJ process very well. So they're working very well with that process. It's actually, not to give you any ideas, Mayor, seem to turn into good CEOs for some reason, I don't know.
Well, very good.
Thanks, James.
Are there any questions, any more?
Yeah, just one, thanks, Rod. Yeah, that amendment to the planning scheme, that's in now, is it?
That's in there.
That's in there.
Yeah, the amendment, well, it's not, yeah, it is an amendment, I think. It's got a sunset clause, 2025. I guess people are going to see how it goes and see how it works. And we're very mindful that, well, my CEOs are very mindful of this because, as I said, they're ex-mayors. But at the end of the day, a lot of councils make their own determinations in regards to how they, the level of planning assessment that goes on. And we don't want to take away council's authority in that area there, but we saw it as an important initiative because of the demand for accommodation in general and the competitive nature of the fact that we're in the marketplace competing with everything else that's in there for wealth for accommodation. And as you're well aware, there's a lot of hostels that have popped up, which used to be motels, or farmers have bought outright motels and turned them into accommodation, and that's in the long run not a good outcome for everybody. So it's important from our perspectives that where it's possible, to allow farmers to be able to do it in accordance, with good practice. So that we don't want to see dodgy setups at all, and we have enough headaches with a lot of activities by contractors that come into the area, and some of them are operating illegally. And farmers probably shouldn't use them, but I understand the pressure that they're on to harvest crops, and unfortunately not condoned, but we understand. But so the industry is trying very hard to improve that arrangement, and I think it's fair to say that I think TRC has worked very hard to accommodate where it's where it's practically possible. It's probably the right word I should use.
Thanks.
Very good. Thanks, Joe. Thanks very much, Joe.
No worries, mate.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate the time and for allowing me to talk and have a chat.
Thank you. All right, now I'll ask Peter and Shelley Howe from Rockridge Farming to come up to the table there. Thank you. And you just grab another chair. Thank you. Regarding Godfrey Road, Kira.
If I could comment on what Joe just said, that would help get some of the people out of town too, and spread them. That's why we've sort of stopped doing what we've done at the Caravan Park and doing something out on the farm. I think it's a great idea. It would help.
Maybe, just before I start, maybe before we start, the planning, I'd just like to get an update on our plans.
Look, I think we'll just go to the presentation first.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right. So, good morning, Mayor Marty, councillors, officers, Loon. Thanks for letting us speak with you guys today. My name's Shelley Howe, Peter, my husband, and James Leeming, full disclosure, our son-in-law. So, yeah, I just wanted to add to what Joe said as well, just out of courtesy to update you guys where we are at with our accommodation on Channel Road, Walkerman. We are building it at the moment. It's probably halfway through. That'll allow us to have that first stage that you guys helped us out to get across the line, and that'll be an extra 80 people. So hopefully by October, that'll be operational. If we get to do our phase 2, depending on what we need on the farm, it may put us in a position, and we make no secret of it, that we would be able to sell our caravan park and give it back to the community for accommodation for tourism. So that's the plan if we get there, but it's definitely happening, and Ian Burns is building it as we speak, so that should help there. So as a group, you know that we're representing Rockridge Farming and also those living and operating businesses along Godfrey Road. So today we'd like to collectively address the issues we have with Godfrey Road and ask that council consider sealing the remainder of this road. Currently, works have commenced to do the sealing of the 175 metres that you guys have approved, which is great. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with Godfrey Road, it runs parallel to the main street of Kirrai, which is Irvine Street or Irvine Street, and it runs for a total of 3.79 kilometres, which ends at our farm gate. So we've given you guys a handout just to demonstrate, show you on the map where it is, where's sealed, where's not sealed. So of this road, the first 750 metres is already sealed, and that sits within the township. The next 175 has been done now, and there's 2.9 metres that remains, 100 metres that remains unsealed. So today we wanted to briefly touch on like the dust and the safety, but more so we wanted to talk about the avocado production and the economic impacts it's having on us. So to put the road usage into perspective, we recently had road counters there, and it was about 14 days that the counters were there. Unfortunately for us, we were harvesting at that farm week 1, week 2 we'd moved to the Yungaburra farm, as they had high fruit maturity, and that's Peter's job. He works out which farm we're in, what days, etc. So there's a little snip out there of the summary of what the traffic count data was. And we've had the counters there twice, once in 2021 and now just last month. So there was 3 counters along the road. The first one, which is the sealed section basically, is showing that there's 210 cars on average a day. The next one, which comes from just about where the unsealed part starts to the crossroad, there's 146 cars on average a day. And the final bit going into our property, the last 750 metres, it recorded, well, 43 was the average, up to 64. As I said, week 1, the counts were higher, week 2, the trucks weren't there. Unfortunately, it also didn't show the trucks on the road. I did ask for that information, but I didn't receive it. But yeah, it doesn't give a detail of, you know, the weights or the size of the vehicles or how many times the trucks did the trips during the day. So TRC has a transport strategy policy in place, and it defines a star rating. So TRC's vision of this, like just from the book, is to provide residents, businesses and visitors access to integrated fit-for-purpose infrastructure that makes for safe and sustainable transport within the region. Godfrey Road does not meet the definition of being fit-for-purpose infrastructure that makes for safe and sustainable transport. Once a star rating is over the count of 3 or the score of 3, the transport strategy has a desired design standard to seal the road. To achieve a 3-star rating, the road must achieve a score of 2.6 or higher using the below criterion. And we believe the first 3 kilometres of Godfrey Road qualifies for sealing according to the star rating policy, with the remaining 790 metres being under the score required for sealing of 2.6, and it sits at 1.98. However, we believe the weighted score associated with the high value primary production is proportionally low, considering the economic impact explained later. So you guys, I saw, were all CC'd into an email that Darren Quillam, who is the Supervisor for Technical Investigations, sent us out last night. I'd just like to say we do strongly disagree with some of his points that were made, and I might get back to them later because I don't want to spend too much time on that now. But basically, for those of you who are interested, we've included further reading on the star rating calculation, which you've got there. Whether you want to read it or not is up to you guys. But in case you're not fully across it, the star rating system, it's basically a calculation of combined weighted scores in the area of speed limit, terrain, traffic volume, use and access. So, you know, things like bike paths, all that sort of thing comes into it. So there's a few pages there you can just skip over. But I will move on to dust before I get back to our rebuttal on Darren's email. So I'm going to hand you over to James as a business owner and resident on Godfrey Road.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me. Dust remains a very important issue to the townspeople and those who live along Godfrey Road. Jess, my wife, and I live at 98 Godfrey Road and operate Tableland Equine Centre from our property. We have prize winning and very expensive dressage and racehorses grazing in the paddocks along the roadside, as well as our own cattle. We are having issues with dust settling in our paddocks, and a few of the horses are developing coughs. This has been raised by one of our agistes as an issue, and she has given notice of having to move to a different property as per the letter that we've also included in the booklet. The loss of her adjustment fees will equate to almost 50% of our current adjustment income. The dust is impacting our business, and we therefore believe it deserves priority over other roads in the area which we know are on the list to be sealed.
So additionally to that, I think the council owes it to the township of Kirai to try and seal more of the road anyway, because it's all, the whole Godfrey Road is directly upwind of Kirai generally, and on a dusty day, for the 2 kilometres of that road, 3 kilometres of that road, the dust just drifts down over Kirai. And I think Kirai would be the dirtiest looking town in the whole Tablelands, and mostly caused by that road, I believe. You know, it is, it's just a bit of a grotty town and it's a dusty town. And I think it deserves, you know, some help there. That 175 metres will help a bit, but it'll only fix a portion of the problem.
So we've moved on to the safety part now. So basically we would like to thank council for installing the crossroad signs. There's the warning signs, there's a crossroad ahead. I was speaking to some neighbours the other day and they said it's been great because they always used to give directions to their visitors or people coming to their property to say there's a crossroad, slow down. So that's made a big difference and we thank you for that. So a couple of other areas that this family that I spoke to highlighted as a concern to them. They mentioned that there's a culvert with deep unprotected sides, approximately 1 kilometre down Godfrey Road. I've put a picture of that in the books for you to look at. And also it concerns them, as I've mentioned before, that there's limited visibility at the top of the rolling hill with an unexpected change of direction at the peak. It's only a slight change, but as you come up, unless you're aware it's there, there is, you know, a bit of a safety concern there. In addition, we'd like to note that the recent grading has brought red mud from the table drains onto the road surface. And as proven last time this happened, it gets very slippery in wet weather and is cause for serious concern. And you'll see the pictures there taken in June, so just a couple of weeks ago or maybe even last week. And the loose dirt in the pictures illustrates that that table drain dirt is mixed with the remaining gravel. All right, so then with the avocado growing on the tablelands, it's a pretty huge part of the agriculture in the TRC and the whole Far North region. As you can see in that map, which has been extracted, this information from Avocados Australia, there's 32,900 tonnes of avocados grown in the Far North, not in Queensland, but in the Far North. That's more than what Western Australia grows. So that's pretty impressive. That's increasing rapidly and we all have to be prepared for that. I think we're only up to about 50% or something, but we'll get to that. So us at a glance, a bit about us and our growing. So Rockridge Farming is the largest grower of avocados on the Atherton Tableland, and it produces the most fruit of all growers in the Far North region. In 2022, Rockridge Farming produced 3,228 tonnes of avocados. Of this, 912 tonnes came from our Godfrey Road property. This is over 650,000 trays of fruit. This is 11% of the total volume of avocados grown in the Far North region, and 2.8% can be attributed to our Godfrey Road farm alone. Interestingly, 1% of Australia's total avocado production comes from this one farm. This 180 acre farm has 7,250 avocado trees, and yet is the only farm we own where we have to transport our fruit over a gravel road. Rockridge Farming paid over $11 million in wages last financial year and will pay more than $12 million for the 2023 financial year. In the past 5 years, we've paid in excess of $45 million in wages, and this money is mostly spent in the Tablelands region. Rockridge Farming paid over $174,000 in rates last year. In the past 2 years, there has been a 56% increase in the volume of avocados produced in Australia. 42% of the trees in the Far North region are not yet at full production. This means production is likely to increase at least another 50% in the next 2 years. Due to the dramatic increase in volume of avocados grown in our region, it is crucial that we supply fruit of the highest quality to survive in the highly competitive market. Rockridge Farming prides itself on having excellent quality fruit sent in its trays. This comes at a cost though. Each year we lose money due to downgrades from lenticel damage. Lenticel damage is predominantly caused by impact, vibration and rub to the fruit within the first 24 hours after being picked. This is when the nodules on the fruit are still soft. The people who inspect our fruit upon arrival at the markets are very harsh on lenticel damage. We're very aware of their harsh grading on this, and we already downgrade approximately 10% of our Hass crop at our pack shed level to try and avoid rejection at supermarket level. This 10% can be as much as 50% on rainy days when the fruit is extra soft. We receive formal warnings from the supermarkets for lenticel damage. The next step is from a warning is a rejection where they totally refuse to buy our fruit. The estimated value of downgrading due to lenticel damage is, if we said 10% of the 650,000 trays that we produce, that'd be 65,000 trays. The difference between a premium tray in price to a second grade tray, or class 1 as we refer to it, is $8 a tray. If we do the maths on 65,000 trays at $8 downgrade, that's $520,000 that it costs us each year in downgraded fruit from lenticel damage. That's assuming the damage doesn't go above 10%, which we know it does. So we've included some emails from our marketing people to prove that lenticel damage.
Just a bit concerned about the time, Shelley.
Sure.
Because we do have a fairly small window for deputations.
Yeah, okay, so
Just
touch on it.
Pull it together, please.
Yeah, all right. So with the emails, they're from our marketers, and they're saying, you know, lucky to have a warning on this one, heavy module damage and skin marking showing up. There's various emails there that you can have a look at that, saying about the module damage, and there's pictures of what the nodule damage is, which is pretty obvious. And basically, Rod, that was the end of it, but I would like to spend a minute rebutting Darren's email. So he is saying that about the cycling track, we brought it to his attention that it does deserve scores on the cycling track because it is in the Tableland cycling loop. And he said, yes, that we are correct. However, the last portion, the 790 metres, isn't in the track. He is right, but we know that most of the cyclists come up that way anyway. Tourism, well, he's saying that we made a mistake, which we did. However, that doesn't change the star rating at all, and we have updated your figures to show that. He is saying that tourism isn't included in our situation, and we're saying, well, there is no definition of tourism in the transport strategy at all. So, you know, there's Google definitions, it definitely comes under that. And with the traffic count, we used the figures he gave us, so not sure what he was getting at there. Alternative routes was quite crazy, that he's saying that there are alternative routes. The ones that he's highlighted, we actually put in a map for you. So he's saying use South Johnson Road as an alternative route, or not to use it, but it is an alternative route. Well, that goes right the way around the town of Kirrai and comes back to Godfrey Road. He's saying use Duffy Road, that's a goat track between two farms that comes back to Godfrey Road. He's saying there's Holman Street that comes back to Godfrey Road. Everything he said, still we have to drive on Godfrey Road. So yeah, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, I don't know where he come, you know, what his alternative routes
Yeah, look,
were.
just, I think we need to be careful. He's doing his job within the framework that he's been given by council. So we can see that you've made your point here. You've given us a detailed perspective from your operation. We understand that, but I just want to pull back that, you know, our officers work within the framework that they're given, and they're just doing their job. So we can take this on board, and you know, all councillors can absorb this, and we'll come back and look at it. But so we understand.
Yeah. Take it on board, but he's totally wrong with his comments on the bypass roads.
And it just has to be flagged. Like, I understand he's doing his job and respect that, but when his information
There's
is wrong.
points where we can raise those matters. This
Yeah.
is not the place.
Okay.
As saying, and what I'm also asking, this is not the place. We have the emails, and I'm happy to provide responses.
Thank
This
you.
is not the place to be discussing it in the terms you are.
Yeah, so did you have anything more that you wanted to
No,
say?
that was it, Rod.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, looking at the front map, we can see your property outlined there.
Yeah.
The property, the one that looks like it's planted in avocado trees, but it's not, that is avocado trees?
It is. It's just been heavily pruned. That's our brother-in-law and Peter's sister, Quine's place.
And so that's already in production?
Full production. This must be a very updated Google Earth map. Because, yeah, all of that is avocados, but he's just
Pruned.
heavily pruned his.
So effectively though, in another couple of years, twice the tonnage will be coming out of that. We're talking about
He
Nottingham
can use
Farms.
state road. He can
He
use
can
state
use the
road.
state road.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you use state road?
No. So our entries are significantly apart. His is the old DPI entry, and so he comes through like from, what's that road past the school there? He'll come through that way. We use Godfrey Road.
Every one of his trucks has got to go through the centre of Kiro as well.
Yeah.
Are they, does he use, I'm sorry to be too specific, Mr. Mayor, but I just want to get, does he use tray body trucks or semis?
Semis, yeah.
Semis?
Semis.
Okay. And of course, that is a B double route through the centre of Kiro?
No, semi's not a B double.
No, okay, no, semis not, but that's, if I may ask, Mark, that's not a B double route? No, okay.
We don't want to use the route through Kirai because there's a sharp hairpin corner, which is dangerous. You've got to cut the corner to come across, and it's not a good idea.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillors, any more questions?
No, just to say, we understand exactly what you're saying.
Thanks, Peter.
And,
All right, thanks for your time today.
I don't understand why this isn't the place to voice our concerns that the map is wrong.
Quite happy for you to voice your concerns about the information. That's all I'm asking. We just want you to refer to the information rather than the individual.
Oh, right, because the information provided was totally incorrect.
I'm happy for the information to be challenged and for council's attention to be drawn to the information, simply asking the officer who's not here to be respected and
Yeah, right.
and not
Yeah.
out in the way.
Totally.
I think where a lot of the issues come from is the transport strategy document doesn't have definitions, so it's open to interpretation and personal opinions. So, yeah, thanks for your time.
Thanks,
and
everyone.
hopefully you
Very
consider,
good, thank you.
yeah, what we've
Thank
said.
you. Okay, councillors, we'll go to item 11.1. FNQ Spec Homes Proprietary Limited, negotiated decision notice, reconfiguring a lot 1 into 37 and variation requests, lot 3, RP 718878-188 Rockley Road, Atherton, MCU 22-0021. Do I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hayden's moving. Councillor Bilney's seconding. Councillor Hayden.
No, I'm happy with the officer's recommendations.
Councillors? Councillor Kaji?
Yeah, Mayor, I don't support the officer's recommendation, and I've had an alternate motion drafted, and it's been circulated to everyone. I'm proposing to put up an alternate motion that the conditions remain the same. And the reasons for that is this. The first one is to limit, the first request from the applicant is to remove condition. The right-hand turn.
Just a point of order, if you don't mind. Is this the correct way to do this? Like, you're supposed to be talking about the motion that's moving.
Correct. I mean, we did have a mover and a seconder of the motion. Councillor Hayden declined her. She was basically happy with the officer's recommendation. She declined her opportunity. Councillor Kaji's put his hand up and flagged that he has an alternative motion. So that's where we're at.
Perhaps the correct terminology, councillors, is that Councillor Kaju is speaking against the motion and foreshadowing that should the motion fail, he would place a motion in its stead.
So yeah, so Councillor Kaju can just wrap up his alternative should this motion be defeated, and then we can go to you, Councillor Hodge.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, the reasons I don't support this, and I'll address the right-hand turn on Candy Highway into Rocky Road first, because it's on a corner, it's on a blind corner. Some months ago when I went to inspect the development, I come from the Melinda direction, turned right at that intersection, and they got cleaned up by a car travelling from Atherton towards Melinda. It's dangerous. So it's been raised by submitters as well. It's been identified by other submitters. I've experienced myself, and that's one of the reasons that was included in the condition originally and supported by council. I understand that through officers that TMR have some concerns about us recommending conditions that impact their road network. Fully understand that. But unless we do something to highlight this and bring it to a head, if an accident occurs and there's a loss of life or serious injury, then I don't want to be a member of this council who agree not to do anything about it. I think if we uphold the original conditions and main roads, and the applicant confront main roads and ask them for their views, if main roads gives them something in writing to say that they won't allow, then fair enough, so be it. But it won't be on our heads if something happens. If something happens at that intersection, we're in the clear. You know? I'm not going to be party to that. I think it's dangerous. I know there's been a traffic management assessment done, but that's only been done on the number of blocks that are put up in the application. That subdivision, and I think it was 34 blocks.
37.
37, thanks Dan. However, the potential for the number of blocks in that subdivision is in the order of 60 or
60 or so, yeah.
60 or so, which is nearly double. The traffic impact statement does not address that at all. So, and that's probably a little loophole in our planning scheme, that when they do traffic assessments on these subdivision applications, it should be on the maximum amount of blocks that would be permissible within that subdivision, instead of the developer finding a loophole in the law, which only allows them to do a traffic impact assessment on the number of lots that they propose to put up for subdivision at that particular point in time. It should address the whole subdivision. So, and that's one of the reasons why the impact assessment didn't have to go to PMA. So having said that, I'd like to see it remain, because I won't be supporting it on the reason I just stated. The second one is the easement for Ergon. There's high voltage power lines going along that what would be the north-south boundary that abuts the other residential properties there. If we take this out and allow those lots, that large lot to be developed into a lot of small lots that abut the power lines, if Ergon want to go in there later on, they've got to negotiate with every single landowner to be able to get access to do maintenance works on their power line. By putting an easement in place now, takes all that away. The easement says, a line on a piece of paper. They've already got in their applications, they acknowledge that there's a 10-metre setback with building envelopes that won't allow for building structures to be built within that 10 metres. So they've already acknowledged that it's needed. So putting a line on a piece of paper, creating an easement is no big deal. And it just takes all the eggs in the future that Ergon might be presented with. Ergon have already said in their advice to us that they'd like to see it in there. So it just makes sense for future access to those high voltage power lines. So, thank you, Mayor.
So, so Councillor Cardew has flagged that that's his alternative for us here on this one. Do we have councillors who would like to talk in support of the motion that's been moved, the officer's recommendation? Look, I'll certainly be supporting the officer's recommendation, and I'll talk to it shortly. But I might just go to our planners and get their advice on both the main roads, advice about the Kennedy Highway, and also their comments on the Ergon power line.
Through the chair, I'll let Dan answer any questions in detail, but fundamentally what we've got here is two conditions that are imposed on behalf of state agencies or state-owned corporations. In terms of the DTMR condition, the difficulty we've got is that they were not a referral agency, and when we have gone as officers to DTMR to seek their advice on the imposition of this condition, they have indicated that they don't support it. So in terms of an officer's recommendation, whilst I take the points that Councillor Cardew is making, we're in a really difficult position in terms of being able to recommend that council does anything other than remove this condition from the approval. The Ergon condition is probably not quite as clear-cut or Energy Queensland in that they are a third-party advice agency to the application. Now, they have provided advice that they would like to see the easement put in place, but they have no technical ability to force council to put it in place. So based on the submissions that the applicant has put forward in support of the negotiated decision notice, officers understand the point that they've put forward and understand that there is a mechanism for negotiating with Energy Queensland to have this easement put in place at the appropriate time. Again, it falls outside of council's strict jurisdiction, so again, it's very difficult for council officers to recommend that council retain the condition. That's fundamentally what it comes down to.
Very good. Thank you for that. Look, I'm going to support in favour of the officer's recommendation, and the reason that I'm supporting the officer's recommendation is largely for those reasons that that Kelly has explained. But you know, we're often critical of requirements imposed on developments from the main roads or from Ergon or from other agencies that make things more difficult for developers. Yet here we are today, going beyond our jurisdiction and saying that you know, the Kennedy Highway, which is the main roads jurisdiction, it's not our jurisdiction, is going to be unsafe. I understand Councillor Cardew's concerns, but you know, should this be approved and there's an accident on the Kennedy Highway there, it doesn't come back to council. The Kennedy Highway is the main roads jurisdiction, and again with the Ergon one, where we're basically, you know, we're going beyond our jurisdiction and putting a requirement on the developer to do something, which is again is you know, trying to do Ergon's work for them. My understanding is there is a mechanism that's in there that will allow this to happen at the appropriate time, but council on these two particular matters, it's my view, would be overreaching if we did that. We should remember also that the advice that we get from council officers is the very best advice that council can get. Council officers basically are working for us, they're working for the community. So I think sometimes we forget that the advice that we're getting from officers, they're giving that because they believe that is the best possible advice that this council, this organisation can receive on these matters. So I think sometimes we forget that. We think that council officers are making it hard, or they're making it easy, or council officers are giving us the best advice without fear or favour, and we shouldn't forget that. So I'm certainly supportive of the officer's recommendation. Do we have anyone else who would like to talk in favour of the officer's recommendation before we test it with the vote? Councillor Wills.
Thanks, Chair. Through the chair, should we go with the alternate motion that's on the screen, what could be, and I know it's hypothetical, but what could be challenged as far as the developer goes?
Through the chair, so I suspect the developer's got, let's say, 3 options available to them. One is to accept the conditions as imposed and try to negotiate with the 2 state agencies to facilitate an outcome. The second would be to lodge an appeal against council's refusal to issue a negotiated decision notice on the grounds that the conditions are not relevant and reasonable, and that council didn't have the appropriate jurisdiction to impose the conditions. At which case we would be coming back to council and having a conversation about how council wishes to conduct that appeal. Or the third would be to accept the conditions for a point of time, go to the state, get formal advice that they won't accept the proposed outcome, and come back to council and request a further change to the development application, again, to have the conditions removed.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, if I can continue just briefly. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, well, I'm in favour of the officer's recommendations. I totally accept where Councillor Cardew is coming from as far as safety goes. I don't believe that is our responsibility. That responsibility does fall to DTMR. As far as Ergon goes, they have had the opportunity to stipulate that they want that particular area made available to them for future access. So just in light of the information that we have here, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation as it stands.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, sorry, if I could just make a clarifying point as well. Energy Queensland, or Ergon, is not bound by this approval in terms of commencing any discussions with or any formal acquisition processes with the landowner to secure an easement. It was simply an opportunity to respond as a third-party advice agency. So, Councillor Cardew, to your point, if Energy Queensland was concerned that it might end up in multiple ownerships and that would make it more difficult, there's certainly nothing preventing them from commencing that process under their own legislation now.
Would anyone else like to talk in favour of the motion? Okay, well, in that case, we might.
I'd like to talk against them.
Against.
Those conditions were approved by this council, I think it was last month, wasn't it? Right, so it was approved by the council. So, and it was approved for the various reasons that Councillor Cardew spoke about when he spoke. And I can tell you now, you just want to have a good think about things like this, because that intersection is dangerous, and that's why we put that condition in the first place. And we knew that it was for the first 37, but it was based on the development, and that's why it was done. And sometimes the officers have to focus their report on what is not so right or wrong, but they give the advice. But at the end of the day, this council has to make the decisions and live by the decisions. The officers don't. And I want to make that very clear. before you vote on this. And that is why we made those original conditions in the beginning. So,
Councillor Hodge, just a point, you know, the organisation lives by this decision. It's not just the councillors, it's the whole organisation that makes this decision. So,
the 7 councillors make the decision, Mr Mayor, not the officers. And I just want to make that point. They give the advice, we make the decisions. Yep, the organisation does live with it as an organisation on whatever decision is made. At the end of the day, it's the 7 councillors, whether this gets up or it does not. But that's the point. So that's all I need to say.
councillors, any other discussion on this one? Okay. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation, we have a mover and a seconder. Those in favour? Carried.
I'd like to call a division on that, please.
We'll go to 11.2, Wild River Mountain Distillery, material change of use for undefined use micro distillery, Block 1 on SP 257022, Harding Road on Decla, MCU 22-/0031. Do I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Cardew. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hayden. Councillor Cardew.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, I fully support this. I think it's a great initiative, another one of these great initiatives. A small business trying to make a go of it. These types of businesses seem to be taken off in the region, which can only be great, as it's going to attract more tourism, not only with tourists, but also with my understanding is with the locals. Today has been very good, so fully supportive. Yeah, not much more to say.
Thank you. Councillors, anyone else like to talk to this one? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried. Thank you. We'll go to item 11.3, Malcolm and Gina McLeod reconfiguring a lot, subdivision 1 lot into 8 lots, lot 3 on RP 703626-1 to 3 Pender Street, Yungaburra, RAL 23/0001. Do I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Clifton moving, a seconder. Councillor Wilts. Councillor Clifton.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I have a question for the CEO in relation to, my apologies for not having it available in front of me, a resolution that we passed at the last meeting requesting for negotiation to take place. I noticed that on page 113 it says it's likely that further report will be presented to council regarding these arrangements, which may require a minor amendment to this approval. So this is the commencing step in the process, Mr CEO, just to put it into perspective.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So if we can get the approval in place, keep the two matters separate, I think is what we're flagging, and if subsequent negotiations require a change to this, which may or may not happen, then deal with that then.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Cardew.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just got a question for the planners. Condition 4.10, the environmental covenant. Can you just explain exactly what that is and what it means?
Through the chair, so there is a requirement that obviously the Peterson Creek walking trail is abuts Peterson Creek. There's a requirement under the planning scheme that no buildings are contained within the 25 metres from High Bank. And that, to the greatest extent possible, the environmental values of that area are retained and preserved. So in order to do that, it is standard practice for council to recommend that an environmental covenant is put over that area. It may be that subsequent discussions in terms of the tenure of the Peterson Creek Walking Trail require a review of that covenant or the applicability of that covenant, but as it currently stands, based on the proposal in front of us, it's a requirement to protect that top of bank vegetation to ensure that any dwelling houses on the lots that front that environmental covenant are set back from the top of bank.
Councillor Billy?
Yeah, through the chair, look, essentially what we're considering is the development application of one lot into 8 in line with the officer's recommendation, which I agree with. As we are all aware, this proposal potentially fractures the existing Peterson Creek walking track. We heard about the deputation last month. This application is not about protection of this community benefit destination and should be set aside in this instance. Council officers are, as I understand, negotiating a covenant to protect and preserve the native vegetation and protection of the wildlife of Peterson Creek. This issue will be considered at a future time. For the purposes of transparency, I would like to make comment about physical feature boundaries. Now, we've had a bit of a discussion about it, but I think it's important that the public are aware of what a physical feature boundary is, and that is Part 7 of the Survey and Mapping Infrastructure Act 2003. Will be critical to the final size and shape of the proposed lots, particularly lots 6 and 8, which are the ones that are impacting the walking track. There is a legal precedent that has been challenged and changed where the actual boundary commences. That is, it's formally from the middle of a creek, which is now from the high water mark. From my investigations, and it is my understanding that if Part 7 of this Survey and Mapping Infrastructure Act is applied, it may provide some understanding as to the size and scope of the changes that will occur to the Peterson Creek boundary when the plan or subdivision is registered with the Department of Resources. That's when we will truly understand where the boundary may be. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor,
Just for clarity there, if I may. So what you're saying, Councillor Billy, is that the accepted middle of the creek may well be amended when we go to when the owner goes. Is that so, officers?
Through the chair, the Survey Act is not my strongest area, but as I understand it, if there are changes to the Peterson Creek property boundary, which is what we're referring to in this discussion, as a result of a change in legislation, if it's substantial enough, the applicant may have to come back and do a minor change to the application to reflect those lots. The point in time in which we will know that is when they come to do the physical site survey to either release a lot or multiple lots. We haven't seen it recently, and we have done a number of surveys on properties that front creek boundaries, but I certainly understand the premise of it, and if it is an issue, we can deal with it by virtue of change or consider it generally in accordance with the current approval at the time the survey occurs.
Councillor Cardew?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, this is a bit controversial for me, and I note that in the executive summary there that the applicant hasn't agreed to this condition. Putting the walking track is actually muddying the waters in this circumstance, and putting this covenant in at this particular point in time when negotiations are already in place to do something with the applicant to try and preserve this. I think putting this in is a bit premature. And what would be the implications, Kelly, if we deleted this clause 4.10 for the time being?
Through the chair, I think it would be setting quite a risky precedent. Across the board, consistently, council has imposed covenants in this circumstance of a similar width, 25 metres from top of bank. It's my understanding is it's not, the applicant didn't entirely agree with the imposition of a covenant. It was the area of the covenant. So my understanding was that they were requesting that the covenant be reduced to be in line with the existing Peterson Creek walking trail. But the 25 metres is within council's planning scheme, planning policy, and has very consistently been applied.
So I understand that this covers over 2 lots, lot 6 and 8. So if the covenants remain and they survey it, and yes, we've established a 25 metre setback, etc., and those lots are sold as private entity, there's nothing to say that those purchasers or the owners of those lots will just fence it and say keep out.
Through the chair, that's entirely correct. So, and there's nothing preventing the applicant in the current framework from doing exactly the same thing. So the intent, as I understand it, between all parties, if there is to be discussions about tenure, will occur prior to those lots being created and sold privately. But just to that point, there is very limited path for council to take in terms of securing that tenure at this point in time. The applicant, it's zoned appropriately, and the applicant's entitled to make an application for the 1 into 8 as they have done so.
Councillor Bill, did you have your hand?
Yeah, look, just through the chair, I was just going to remind council that vegetation wildlife corridor is not uncommon. We did one recently for the Davies Road development, so I don't think it's an issue.
Councillor's final call on this one?
Yeah,
Councillor Hodge?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried about that as well. The last thing I want to see is that the applicant says, right, you're going to stick this on us, right, I'm going to put a fence right there, right? Which they're entitled to do. And I think that's what we're going to worry about here. I know, I understand that the policy may say 25 metres, but it's not set in stone, I believe. We can put whatever meterage we might. It's a policy. Is that correct?
Through Chair, it's the planning scheme provision, so it's an acceptable outcome of planning scheme.
Okay, so it's an AO of 25 metres.
Yeah.
Just the volume turned up a bit, I can't hear down.
Sorry, it's an acceptable outcome of the planning scheme.
Just to try and summarise this together, that covenant only has currency for as long as the owner remains the owner that it is now. No?
No, through the chair, a covenant is very similar to an easement in the way that it's registered over the land, and then it runs with it'll stay on the title, so that if it's subdivided, for example, even if you registered it as a single covenant, it will continue to exist over the 2 new lots that are created. If I could also just make the point that if a covenant is not registered and the lots are subdivided and sold, it makes it very difficult for a new lot owner to understand the potential constraints that exist on that site. And that's why we register covenants as well. One is for the environmental protection benefits, but the second is because it's a clear indication on the title in terms of your restrictions as to where you can build and what you can and can't do.
Okay, just one more thing, if you don't mind. So, it's fairly technical here, so I'm not in a place to sort of make that out at the moment, but if we approve this as it is, they have the ability then to make the officers negotiate if they wish to.
Through the chair, that is correct. So if I could separate out the tenure issue for a moment, the applicant has every right, as per any normal applicant, to put in a negotiated decision notice request and provide additional justification as to why that might not be the appropriate covenant area, in which case we would come back to council with a recommendation. Looking at the tenure side of things, if council was to negotiate regarding tenure of the Peterson Creek walking trail and came up with a solution that was fit for purpose for all parties, and either a lot was created or it was included as part of the broader reserve, however that works, then it may be that we need to come back and review that covenant requirement to reflect any negotiations. That would be the preferred approach.
Final call, councillors. Okay, we've got a mover and seconder. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried, thank you. Okay, we'll go on to 11.4, FNQ Regional Planning Committee. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Hodge and Councillor Wills. Councillor Hodge.
Just happy, so I'll explain through these.
Councillors? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried. Thank you. So we're up to 12.1. Driveway crossover maintenance of existing access policy. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Cardew is moving and a seconder. Councillor Wills. Councillor Cardew.
Yeah, thanks, Barry. Pretty happy with this. I think it's long overdue. We all know the experiences that we've had in recent times. The council's done work on gravel roads and affected the driveway, existing driveway access into property and caused some concern with property owners. So this report is good. The crossover policy, I think, is clear and cut that if we do disadvantage the property owners by doing work, then we reinstate the access to an acceptable standard. It's good.
Thank you. Councillors? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried. We'll go to 12.2. TRC 2023-03, provision of traffic control services. Do I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Do I have a mover? Councillor Hodge is moving.
So I can discuss it.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wills. Councillor Hodge.
The only, I'm happy with this. I think we'll talk, is there any other groups that should be in here? Local, but they may not have put a submission in.
Not aware of any other local providers, registered providers.
Yeah.
Councillors? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to 12.3. Was that yours, Councillor Hayden? No? Sorry, I've got it mixed up. 12.3, TRC 2023-04, Northern Gravel Resheeting Program. Do I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Cardew. Seconder, Councillor Wilkes. Councillor Cardew.
No, I'm happy with it. It's the cheapest tender. It's something to do local as well, which is very, very good. Yeah, good.
Very good, thank you. Councillors? Okay. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation for 12.3? Carried, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Hayden. Item 12.4, TRC 2023-05, Southern Gravel Resheeting Program. Do I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Wilts. And a seconder. Councillor Cardew. Councillor Wilts.
No, I'm confident that the information we've been given is to everyone's satisfaction at this point.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the officers just one pertinent question. And both these contracts are to the one supplier. My only question is there a penalty clause in the scope or in the contract where if they don't do the work within the required time? And I don't mean wet, I mean, will they be doing this simultaneously? Like both contracts, have they got the ability to do it? That's what I really want to know, because the last thing I want to be able to see is, well, they couldn't get that one because, you know, we had to do this one first, then we started the second one, and then they run into trouble. So that's the question.
Through the chair, we did ask for clarification from the tenderers, and in fact all tenderers who submitted multiple submissions, to confirm what their approach would be should they be awarded multiple contracts. This particular contractor, as they were through the procurement policy the preferred tenderer across all three, were asked to give us that strategy. So essentially what they confirmed was ideally they would start with the northern package and the Denville Road, which is the Wetmar package, with the southern package to follow. However, they've also noted that if they were awarded all three tenders, they would use that to their ability by mobilising to sites where they had access. So should there be changes in conditions, they would move to other sites rather than standing down. So they've confirmed that they have the equipment and the resources available to complete those three contracts if we are going to give them until November to complete the southern package of works. So that's their correspondence that's come back to us. In terms of the penalty clauses, we have liquidated damages as a part of the contract. So should there be a reason where the contractor don't complete the works by the time given in the contract, and there weren't approved extension of times, then the liquidated damages would apply.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Clifton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. May I ask what the liquidated damages are, the terms of that? Is it something based on a weekly basis?
It's a daily basis.
A daily basis, and at what level?
From memory, it's $500 per day. However, I can clarify that as well.
And thank you for that. Directing my question to the CEO, when do we actually invoke liquidated damages? And do we?
We haven't necessarily in every circumstance. We consider the circumstances that give rise to the position that we're in, Councillor, at the time, so we don't have a blanket approach to it, or haven't had in the past a blanket approach to the application of liquidated damages, but have not been involved in that many contracts since I've been here. My general manager so seek to elaborate on that. He may have had some more involvement than me.
Yeah, through the chair, obviously it's quite clear cut in the contract as to when you can and cannot apply them, but we try and also be reasonable in relation to achieving an outcome with the contractor, because if we're strictly applying those conditions, that there might be other means for them to subvert those requirements by trying to terminate the contract, things like that. In the end, it's in our interest to get the works delivered. So we would assess that on a case-by-case basis and make a decision that we feel gives us the most appropriate outcome to benefit the council, the community, and to a lesser extent the contractor. But we do look at their circumstances as well. Also, just clarifying, the amount of the liquidated damages seem very small, but they have to be reasonable, and they can only be to reflect the additional cost to council to manage the contract for a long period of time. So it's not like a penalty where you can just slam them. It actually needs to reflect the cost to council to extend that contract for a longer period of time, which is basically paying staff wages for administration. That's why often those values are not very high per day.
Councillor Codger.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I'm happy enough with the officer's recommendation, this one as well. However, I just want to make comment about the extension of time that's been given to November. I've had a call from one of the contractors. My understanding is that council went back to all the contractors asking if their price would vary if we extended it another month. I think that's what you said the other day, Mark.
So through the chair, we initially contacted the contractors that had multiple submissions for multiple packages of works to confirm their ability to deliver the scope of works within the initial timeframe given in the request for tender, which was the end of October. Because the provisionally recommended tenderer came back and said that they would need more time to deliver the southern package, we thought it was appropriate to then also provide that opportunity to the other contractors, regardless if they had multiple submissions or just one submission, to just confirm if there would be any changes to their submission if they were provided the same extension of time. So we haven't actually provided anything yet because obviously no award has been given by council, but we just wanted to make sure that all tenderers had the option to provide us with the impact to their submission if the initially requested time frame was extended.
Thanks, Mark. So yeah, so what was put to me was that, and I acknowledge what you said about the tenders in that particular package were asked if they, if it would affect their tender if they extended it to November, and you've given the answer, which was no, that's all good. But where the comment come to me was that there was another local contractor who didn't tender on the southern package because of the October timeline. So if they would have had another month to do the work, then they would have reassessed their ability to do the work and put a tender in. So even though this particular local contractor didn't put a tender in, to my knowledge, for the southern package, he may have, if he would have been aware that the time was being extended to November. I know we're all trying to do the right thing and get a good outcome for council and everything. I'm just wondering whether we should use that purpose.
So through the chair, so each tender obviously is initially requested to be for submission, put out for submissions on an individual basis, and each tender request for tender always has the ability for tenderers to submit variations to the contract's conditions in the tender, departures is what we call them. Which are then considered by council officers. So it's not uncommon if a tenderer would like to submit for multiple packages, but they know that they're not going to be able to supply those if they get all three of them in the same time. They could in their submission say, look, should I get them all three for this package, I would seek a longer time frame as part of their submission, and we would consider that as part of our assessment. Similarly as what we've now done by asking the question. So it is, in my view, it's the decision of that tenderer to basically make that call to not put a submission in, but they could have put a submission in. And to be fair, I'm fairly sure that the local providers that have put submissions in have previously put submissions in where similar situations like this have occurred. And they would have been given the same opportunity. So I'd be highly surprised if that specific tenderer had not had previous experience with this in the past with POC, where they were actually in exactly the same position as their currently preferred tenderer, and were given the same option.
Very good. Councillor Clifton?
Just one back to the issue of liquidated damages. Given from what you said there now, that these contractors, the people we are dealing with today, have all had two opportunities to confirm absolutely confirmed. Now, being reasonable is good on the one hand, but we're being reasonable without ratepayers' money or money that is entrusted to us by government or whoever. So I would advocate that we be really quite absolute about the application of liquidated damages, rather than, I'm not suggesting you were taking but rather than being as understanding as you inferred that you were.
Well, through the chair, totally understand and agree with that. Unfortunately, it's not always very clear cut as to what the underlying reason is for the requirements for extensions. Yes, where it's very clear cut, we should not be applying an overly supportive approach. But we need to be very sure about our case in all those circumstances as well. But I take your point on board.
And your,
as do I, but it's also, we need to keep in mind, as Mark just said, it is a contract, there's two parties to it. And negotiate disputes and negotiations happen, and it isn't always clear that we can impose those liquidated damages. If it was just a recalcitrant contractor, we probably would, but in certain, where we're given circumstances, why there are delays, and perhaps those delays may have been valid but not specifically requested, things like that, and we are working with the contractors that we work with to improve knowledge in those spaces as well. Part of the reason to have more project management resources is not only to assist the council, but also to ensure that we have people available to provide advice and assistance to the contractors and see them grow as well. And we try not to take decisions that would see a contractor severely disadvantaged or maybe leave the market, for example.
Very good, thank you. Councillors, we've got a mover and seconder for 12.4. All those in favour? Carried, thank you. What we might do, councillors, thanks, are you getting Annette? Thanks, Blake. We might do 12.5, then we'll take a short break from morning tea. We'll just wait for Councillor Hayden to come back. Okay, 12.5, TRC 2023-06 WTMA gravel resheeting program. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hodge. Councillor Wilf seconding. Councillor Hodge.
And I'm happy with it. Explain that I think this is one where there was one cheaper, but they were local, so that's why the contract went to the local person. So happy.
Councillors, Councillor Hayden.
Okay, so I wasn't in the previous meeting, but so contractors tendering for contract work, knowing that completion dates are stipulated, and yet they sit there and orchestrate a new date to finish their contract. So is this going to be allowed in future contracts? Like, is this just going to be the norm because it's never happened before?
I can just reiterate that, Councillor, any tenderer can request departures from the tender. Any tenderer can do that.
So any tender, so this is an open slather for all
No,
contractors
any contractor can request a departure. It doesn't have to be about the completion dates. They can, and council makes its decisions around that, and we make our recommendations around what those requested departures may have been.
So and the suggestion that the contractor finished the last resheet, what they tendered on, which they didn't finish, and they're allowed to finish 12 months later with no penalty. So is this going to be the norm as well?
Again, we just finished canvassing that matter in your absence, but no, where liquidated damage is right, we should apply, they will be applied, but we do take a considered approach to that and consider all of the circumstances that may have given rise to the late completion of the works, not just the pure words in the contract. What our principal aim is that our contractors succeed. Successful contractors, successful jobs is good for both parties.
So another one. Oh, okay. So if I remember on the last reshoot program, we had to get another soil doctor, which cost $10,000 to go and do testing on these roads to see if they were passable. Now, some failed and yet we accepted it. So is this still going to be the norm? I mean, we asked something of some contractors and others of other contractors. We're not consistent enough. And to me, that, you know, I went back through and there was a $10,000 bill to the Mareeba Shire Council for the soil testing on the reshoot programs that were done in 2020.
No, I'll take that question on notice, Councillor,
Well,
specifically about that.
Should know the answer.
Sorry?
We have officers that should know the answer.
No, sorry. I've just taken it on notice, Councillor. It'll be answered on notice.
Councillors, any more on this one? Councillor Pepton?
Well, I'm not sure which way to go, Mr Mayor, but I know there's been commentary outside our correspondence here in relation to our approach for someone who's defined to be local. And there's been also in that same thing commentary about how a local, a person who's a local contractor could be engaging subcontractors from outside, and we may not be getting value for money, but just putting it in that wider context, is it appropriate to discuss that before we award this contract, or is it we award this contract and discuss our criteria later?
My preference is the latter. Councillor, this contract went out with and has been considered against the purchasing policies as they are. If council wants to review its local content policy or the elements of its purchasing arrangements that relate to local content, that should be done separately and holistically and not in response to one matter.
Councillor Cardew?
Yeah, just a brief comment about what both Councillor Clifton said. What you do is reverse the coin, and if you start giving contracts to outside contractors outside of that, what are our contractors in the DOC are going to do? They're going to jump up and down, and that's why the policy is in place. Now, where do you stop? Is it just got gravel roads, civils, or you got another contract, building contract? You can't. We have to. It's been a very strong stance with this council from day one that we support the local business, and to deviate from that is, in my view, dangerous.
Councillors?
I don't want to depart from local purchasing arrangements. I, like you, Councillor Cardew, strongly believe in it. But should we be looking at a different criteria for establishing it? Because we could have, for example, I use this as an example, a contractor who is a principal contractor who is from anywhere else, who might be using local contractors, local subcontractors, and his price might be higher, but the funds remain locally because the subcontractors get, the principal contractor only gets the profit, the other contractors get the funds. On the other hand, you have the reverse being true, a local person using completely outside contractors, so that only of the $500,000 of the contract, only $100,000 stays in the community, where the other $400,000 goes to Cairns or Timbuktu or Kalamazoo. Now, we wouldn't want that really. We want the mix of both worlds. So that's why I'm saying I think the policy, the documents that I've been shown elsewhere, shown up there, policy needs revision. And so my request is to the CEO as which way he thinks is the best way to go.
To do that holistically moving forward, so I'm not saying that there's not other models, it's a question of resourcing the gathering of the information that you're seeking to support those other models, which is basically local content reporting, as opposed to a requirement for a contractor to be based locally.
So councillors, the ball that's in front of us at the moment is 12.5, so we've got a mover and a seconder for 12.5. Those in favour? Carried. Would you like that recorded, councillor Hall?
Be against it?
Yeah, yeah, if you can record that. Okay, we'll take a break for morning tea. We'll come back at 11 o'clock. That's okay. Okay, we're up to item 12.6, permit to occupy application, Barter Road, Middlebrook. Do I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Wills is moving, and a seconder. Councillor Billney. Councillor Wills?
I'd like just a brief précis from the manager, please.
Yep, so the previous owners of the 67 Barter Road had a permit to occupy in that reserve, a small one for where they were pumping water out from the creek there to their property, as that was their only water supply for their property. It has since changed hands with the previous permit to occupy being surrendered. New owners have applied for a new permit to occupy to do the same thing, as they don't have any water storage dams or such on their property, and this is their source of water.
Thank you. Very good, councillors. Anyone, any questions or commentary on this one? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried. Thank you. Item 12.7, declared water and sewerage service areas. We have a mover of the officer's recommendation, Councillor Hodge, and Councillor Wills seconded. Councillor Hodge?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just happy to support this. This is just a basic regulation that we have, so we can rate correctly if we put it that way. And also, I think, as we've been informed by the officers, that there may be some parcels of land that have not been actually getting charged water or sewage. This will fix this up, so happy to support it.
12, Councillor Hodge, yeah, thank you. Anyone else like to talk to this one? Okay, 12.7, those in favour? Thank you, carried. Okay, 12.8, building and other structures asset management plan 2023-2032. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hodge, and seconded. Councillor Clifton. Councillor Hodge.
No, happy to support this once again. We've fully workshopped this package, so happy to move it.
Thank you. Councillors, final call. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried, thank you. Item 12.9, the Tolga Industrial Estate and Rail Trail Reserve Project Management Plan. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hodge and Councillor Clifton. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Yes, happy to support this as well, of course. This is what we call the interim report. Final report needs to come back in September. There's just one thing I'd like to make sure is that, and the officers can answer that question, is in that September report, I hope council's in a position to deal with the land adjacent to the rail trail for the landholders along Manthe Road to be able to purchase that land or lease it, license it, whatever. So that's the main question for me.
So Through the chair, if I may. Thanks for that question. So what I understood as to what this plan is to achieve is to develop a plan for the rail trail reserve area along the Torquay Industrial Estate, basically from Beantree Road all the way to the southern extent of what is currently John Cole's property, to determine what parts of that land should be reserved for what uses. So the existing rail trail and that use, infrastructure uses that are required within that area, including stormwater, sewage mains, and potential future use for expansion of commercial properties and industrial properties in there. So that's the intent, is that development plan will basically show the extent of space required to be reserved for those different uses, which would then provide an opportunity that if that plan then actually indicates that there is potential space for industrial areas to expand in that area, then that extent would be clear in that plan, and that would then allow the opportunity for further development of those uses should property owners want to explore that, because obviously that is then not fully in our control if there's no interest to then actually expand in that area under the conditions that would be available for that, which are largely determined by the main leaseholder for that area, which is TTMR. Then obviously we can't force people to expand, but it will provide the opportunity, the extent of the opportunity, and under what conditions that would be possible.
So in regards to that, well, a lot of the intent of that resolution was to negotiate with those landowners, which we've had many discussions. So that's what I would like to make sure, that we have those discussions with them, and we're in a position to be able to say, I think you'd already sent out some costings previous to say, this is what it's going to cost to relocate the sewer, this is what your charge will be if you take up the land.
Yeah, so absolutely correct. Once we've done the survey and we've done the initial assessment of where things fit, and we've already started conversations with PMR about what their rules and conditions would be. Once we've got a clear picture, we will be consulting with those business owners around that and making clear what we believe is possible and getting their feedback on that. And we would also be consulting through the Rail Trail Advisory Committee with the other interested parties in that area as well. And that feedback would then be consolidated in that report that comes back to council in September.
Okay. Councillor Cardew.
Thanks, Nick. This plan is for what we've got to do. There's another report coming to the September meeting. Is that going to include how we're going to do it and when we're going to do it? Because I can just finish because my understanding is there's three components to this. There's the tenure issue for the industrial lots to expand into the rail trail. There's a stormwater issue from the entire industrial area on the hills, on the hill above, Bonesnop Hill above, and also the stormwater within the rail trail from Beantree Road to the southern extent of John Cole's property on the western side of the rail trail. And the other is the tree planting, what we're going to do, where we're going to plant, what species, with regards to some of the things that have been suggested in this plan. So there's three elements for this. So we've identified in this plan what those elements are. So my question is, in the report to the September meeting, is the hows and the whens going to be addressed?
So the again, through the chair, thanks for the question. So the project plan does define what the inclusions and the exclusions are. So again, we will look at what space would be required to surface those different uses in that area, and where those allocations of that required space would be. the questions around the vegetation and what the appropriate trees and plantings are, that would be included in there. There is a stormwater strategy plan that was developed a couple of years ago with some disaster funding that looks at the wider issues in the whole Torquay, Tendera and Rangeview area and has specifically identified the issues around the Torquay industrial area and the rail trail, and makes recommendations for improvement of some of the drainage in that space. But it's also clear that the improvements in the drainage in the rail trail reserve itself will not actually fix all those issues. There's other things that need to happen within the industrial area and potentially upstream of the industrial area as well. That has no detailed design at this point in time, and this project plan will not provide that detailed design for that. Also, the question about when things are happening is probably difficult to answer because a lot of it will depend on actual release of land to the property owners of the industrial estate, and when the timing suits them for those extensions, and making sure that then all the relocations of assets and things like that are done to make that happen. So I can forecast a timing program in the project, in the plan, but there will be, obviously, it will be based on a lot of assumptions because we are not in control, we're not necessarily in the driver's seat for all those elements.
I just want to make sure, Mark, that in the plan, in this report that comes to the September meeting, that I know the tender issues and the two-plan issues are going to be addressed, but the stormwater between the end of the Tolga Industrial, the southern end of the Tolga Industrial Estate and the southern point of John Cole's development, that stormwater passage through there in the rail trail, that's addressed in the plan. I want to make that very clear because there's an issue there already. So why, if we're going to develop a plan, let's develop a plan in its entirety, not leave anything out within that space.
Yeah, so the concept solutions for the stormwater within the rail trail reserve will be part of that plan.
Councillor Billney.
Through the chair, to be consistent with my views expressed at the special council meeting in February, I do not support the project or any further potential excision of rail trail land. I hold the view that it's a bit of a waste of council resources at the moment with no measurable benefit to that community in general. The rail trail is a community asset and one that should be protected for future generations to enjoy. I also hold the view that Department of Main Roads will have the final say and that conversion to freehold.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we're discussing, I understood the motion was about approving or not approving this report, not about an argument about the validity of one approach or another approach to do with whether it's a good thing or a bad thing about the use of the rail trail.
We're all going to get a say on this one, Councillor Clifton, so I'm happy to take comments from every councillor, either for or against, because we'll be voting on it fairly soon. So by all means, you can come back and do it. Councillor Hodge has got the last call as the mover of the motion. So by all means, you haven't spoken yet, Councillor Clifton, so perhaps after Councillor Billney, you can talk.
Yeah, thanks for the interruption. My view is that the Department of Main Roads will also have the final say on what goes on. So, you know, we're talking about plans and preferences for commercial interests as well, which may not even eventuate. So, yeah, I don't support it.
Thanks, Councillor Billney. Councillor Clifton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I support the motion. We can talk what we do know in terms of the past was that rail corridor was in fact an industrial zone. And the forefathers of this community obviously planned as part of their planning to put an industrial area adjacent to the major transport corridor of that time. At least that, I imagine that was part of their thinking if they were rational like our council is. So it's not, the rail trail is not sacred community ground. It's something that we may or may not use according to our community's wants and desires. Now, so the idea of this report is to give all people in our community the ability to have a say about how they see that piece of corridor being used, whether it be industrial, whether it becomes fallow ground or wasteland, or whether it's turned into a forest, is yet to be decided, and it will be decided in part through this development strategy. I support the development strategy strongly as a rational way of allowing all people in the community to have a deliberate say about what the circumstances for the rail trail should be in the future.
Thanks, Councillor Clifton. Councillor Cardew.
Thanks, Mayor. But I strongly support Councillor Clifton's views on this as well. The railway line was there originally to promote the carting of goods from industrial, commercial purposes, whatever. It started with the side of the road taking grain. It actually was a side unit with all the industrials back there for cattle and other things. So it was there for a commercial purpose originally. And yes, now that it's gone away, there's lots of other purposes that can be used for, and cycling and walking is just one of them. And I think that the whole community can benefit from developing this plan and moving forward in a way that we get acceptable outcome for everyone.
Councillor Hayden.
So forgive me if I'm not all over this, but what is the resources and the cost that we've done so far? And when we first started this, it was going to be all in or all out. We haven't even decided whether we wanted to extend our council depot, and yet I thought that was the cost and was going to be totally borne by the industrial estate people who wanted to extend their land, and all of a sudden, the railway corridor was an old railway line. It definitely wasn't a road. So, yeah, so how much more are we going to spend on this for the people in the industrial estate people who were supposed to be paying for all these costs? So, yeah, all of a sudden it's costing all ratepayers, they don't benefit, so.
Councillor Wills.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, listen to the arguments. I think simplistically, what we've got to look at is this is a process that we started. It's got to be formalised. The only way to do it is to have something that's of what's in front of us here. It could turn out, as has been indicated, that in September or sometime in the not too distant future, that it's realised that it's impossible, in fact, to even consider the expansion of it, depending on advice or recommendations from TMR. But we can't just leave it sit hanging. We've got to have something. And I really think that whether it's to progress this project or to put it to bed, we've got to have something in front of us that gives us a strategy and a direction so that we can either put it to bed or see it succeed. But we started this process by accepting from the business owners out there their desire to expand. And I think we've got to see it through. We're at this point, and yes, there is a costing involved in it, but it's probably very similar to any other major planning projects, and it is a big project because it demands changes to so much infrastructure should it be successful. Thank you.
Councillor Cardew. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, it's just not about the tenure issue, as suggested by my colleague over here. The other main issues, if you put the tenure issues of the landowners against the rail trail, it's about stormwater, and it's about the use in regards to the rail trail itself, the planting of trees, etc. The stormwater issue out there is horrendous. It's been identified for a long time, and this council and previous councils haven't done a thing about it. It's flooding people's businesses. You know, when the heavy rain events, water's going through industrial sheds out there affecting people's businesses. So it's just not about the tenure, it's about stormwater, which is, in my view, is probably one of the major issues, and how we're going to deal with it. So, putting council resources towards that is necessary, I believe. So I just wanted to highlight, it's just not about the tenure issues and doing something for a dozen property owners out there. It's addressing the long-term problem that's been in that area for a long time, and it's about time we did something about it.
So look, I might talk, and then Councillor Hodge, you can come last. And look, as we discussed last time when we dealt with this, I can't support this. I can't support this motion. I strongly urge councillors not to support this motion. This is not in our interest. And just if I can just follow on from Councillor Cardu's comments about the stormwater drain, if the stormwater is going to be rectified, the last thing we want to do is to be slicing off land of the rail trail and giving it to private landholders. That is not going to be, those things don't align, Councillor Cardew. Talking about having the land go to private landholders and at the same time being a solution to the stormwater problems. Stormwater problems are huge. We'll only have capacity to mitigate those stormwater concerns in the rail trail if we keep the rail trail exactly as it is. Once we slice it and dice it, that's over. But look, my view is, council, it is not in the community's interest to cut up the rail trail. The rail trail belongs to every Queenslander. It should not be made available to those property owners that boundary with it by the council. While other councils throughout the country highly value their rail corridors for the public amenity they bring, the TRC reduces them to a potential land acquisition for a limited few. I mean, this is not in the community interest. It is not in the community interest. It doesn't pass the community litmus test. It doesn't pass the pub test. I strongly recommend to every councillor that we don't continue with this pathway that we're on, because it's not in the community interest. That's my view. Councillor Hodge.
I'll take my right of reply. Thanks very much, and thanks for everyone's input. We've had, I've had discussions with our officers and TMR. TMR, the last one we had with them, they're quite happy to do so. They do it all over Queensland. This is just not just specific to us. This happens all over Queensland when they do this. And so they're happy. One of the main things that TMR said is, you know, if the council's happy with it, well, it's fine. You just got to work out how you want to do it. You know, you probably give them leases and licenses, and maybe they can look at freehold later. But at the end of the day, I won't read out the whole resolution that was passed, but it says, the last two says, and approve the continuation of tree planting with the current grant funding between Bentry Road and the northern end of the Tolga Scrub within the rail corridor. And now this was passed, this is a resolution of council. The Chief Executive Officer is instructed to begin negotiations with the relevant landholders in the Tolga Industrial Estate and Department of Transport and Main Roads, with a preliminary report to be submitted to council at the ordinary meeting in June 2023, which is today, with a final report to council by the ordinary council meeting in September 2023. Now that's a decision of council. It's an instruction to the CEO. So basically that's it. So I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation.
So councillors, those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Okay, it's carried. Item 12.10, Reef Guardian Action Plan Amendments. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Billney and Councillor Wills. Councillor Billney.
Through the chair, perhaps if I could get the Manager of Environment and Natural Assets to talk to the kids about background.
Thank you, Councillor Billney. Through the chair, Council now has the opportunity to adopt amendments to its existing Reef Guardian Action Plan. Council has been a Reef Guardian Council since 2009, and it is a great program which showcases environmentally sustainable practices which are undertaken by councils in the Great Barrier Reef catchment. We had a lot of actions in there, and when working through the amendments, I have noted a lot of actions which actually have been completed or are well underway. The opportunity or the need for an amendment was due to the fact that the Australian government has recently announced $17.5 million towards the Reef Guardian Council's shovel-ready project, which relate to the Reef 2050 long-term sustainability plan. That equates for Tablelands Regional Council to a funding of $920,000 over 3 years, or $306,666 per annum, for projects which deliver tangible and reportable benefits, outcomes and improvements for the reef environment. I must say that since writing this report yesterday, the Australian government has announced a grant called Activating Local Councils Reef Action Plans, and it was published on Grant Connect with the guidelines, so the guidelines have been out as of yesterday. For projects of Tablelands Regional Council to be eligible for funding, two principal criteria are they have to comply, they have to serve the purposes of the Reef 2050 sustainability plan, as well as they need to be mentioned in the Tablelands Regional Council action plan. So, as part of the amendment, there has been internal consultation and a number of projects have been added towards the end of the action plan. This under the heading proposed projects subject to funding. These ones explicitly state some of the initiatives that might be of interest for Tablelands Regional Council. At this point in time, Council has absolutely no obligation to pursue each and every one of these projects. These projects will be assessed initially against the recently publicized guidelines. Then there will be workshops with Council and prioritized. And based on Council decision, a application for funding will be lodged with GRUMPA, with Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, for the respective funding. So Council will, in the very near future, have an opportunity to look at these projects in some detail and prioritize and set direction with regards to priority projects for Council.
Thanks, Judith.
Thanks, Judith.
Councillor Billney.
So just rounding that out, essentially by endorsing the amendments, we're not committing council to any projects as such. We're just putting them on notice, and if grant opportunities come along, well then we can attack.
That is correct, Councillor. Councillor Taji.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Look, I don't have a real strong view on this, and I'm happy to support it, but provided that in this plan or this policy or the document, there's two sections there. One on page 4 of the document and page 307 of the agenda, where there's two items in there, emerging carbon economy and building landscape resilience support industries through the creation of lower cost restoration techniques. Both of those sections implement or imply or involve building capacity of our existing nursery. Now, if I'm going to support this, I want to see that there's no mention of our nurseries in there, because we have the CT service review in play that identifies that we need to consider what we do with a whole host of assets, including the nursery. I don't see any point in putting the nursery into this document now and then having to come back in 6 months' time and amend all these documents that refer to capacity building within our own nursery. So we either, I'd like to see the wording either reworded to take out nursery or delete the clauses, because it's on page 4 and it's also on page 10 in the proposed projects where native tree community vegetation program. Okay? So nursery is something that we've got to consider in the very, very near future. So if I'm going to support this, I want to see the amended to remove any obligation on our nursery.
Yeah, Tudor, if you'd like to respond to that.
So the chair, thank you, Councillor Cardew, for your comments, and I definitely do understand where you're coming from. These projects have been ongoing projects which have been in our previous action plan that has been endorsed by council. What the point I want to make is that none of these projects actually specifically bind council. They can be amended at any point in time. The whole purpose of the action plan is to showcase the initiatives that council puts into place. So if at a later term it won't be the nursery but it will be something else, that is entirely feasible, so it doesn't really bind council.
Councillor Cardew.
Mr. Mayor, I understand what the manager said about it's not specific in the project list, but it's in the plan on page 4, where it says ongoing work to restore habitat for sustainable land management through ERC community vegetation nursery. Yeah. And then there's another one there as well. So I remember where.
If I may, through the chair, I think that part of the plan is actually was the previously approved plan, so that was already in there. It's not part of the changes that we actually putting in now, but if in my view, and I don't think it's a significant issue for us to remove the word, the reference to the DFC community vegetation nursery, if that makes people more comfortable. That's the reason.
Thanks. Councillor Clifton.
And in the same way on page 4 of that, we're talking about the Native Conifers Garden Seed Proprietary Limited and Local Landholders Project, which I understood for all intents and purposes was a dead duck, but am I wrong?
Excuse me, Councillor, which one you were referring to?
On page 4,
yes?
the Land Restoration Fund. I thought we formally pulled that up, pulled candid.
At this point in time, through the chair, at this point in time, Councillor, there's discussions between Department of Environment and Science and NCCS. The discussions are still continuing. I had an email to that effect yesterday. The project is not officially completed till the Department of Environment and Science as the funding body basically agrees to that.
Does that mean though that if they suddenly turn around and say, oh, we're going to add a bit more to it, or we're going to, I mean, this was something which was discussed at length a couple of years ago, and after extending the time that there was meant to be a further properties identified, we extended it. Now I understood we were writing and saying that we were going to sever the contract. Am I wrong in suggesting that, Mr. CEO?
I don't think we went quite that far, Councillor, but that's certainly well understood. The sentiments were that it had gone on long enough. But it is a contract between 3 parties, as the manager said. We're not the only party to that. But Councillor Sentiment, you are correct. That has been the position that Council didn't wish to continue extending any further. That's absolutely right. Not how that would be action on Council's part.
And further, a query, if you like, if you go to page 8, it talks about the Tablelands, the second item, the Tablelands Biosecurity Plan, 2019 to 2024. Has that been rewritten, that plan, or is it we at the end of the plan?
through the chair, we're towards the end of the plan, and we are planning at the moment for a review of this plan in conjunction with the Pest Management Advisory Committee, and to develop a new plan for the next 4 or 5 years.
May I suggest to you that you need, because times change, as they do, in 2019 we didn't have an agricultural advisory committee. We now have one. We've just heard Mr. Morrow say earlier that it's a good initiative for me not to be integrating some of these things together and not relying. I notice here everybody except it says representative community groups. There's Malanda B Plan, Treat and Rock, but there are other agriculturalists beside those people. I'm just asking for a review of the way we see these things being done. We've got a new agricultural advisory committee, got a whole new raft of people with views that are coming forward. Or we not be doing that, looking forward to that in the future, as I'm sure you will be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, yes, this will be subject to ample consultation. Biosecurity is important for each and every resident and landholder in our shire, and the more we manage to, the more input we manage to get from these stakeholders, which are basically all of us, the better it is and the better the result is. So I take your suggestion on board.
Councillor Billman? Yeah, through the chair. I just want to make a comment about the the nursery. We keep coming back to the nursery. The nursery is a functional business unit of council as of today. We're determining this report as of today, and I think it's prudent that it stays in.
Look, I mean, I think following on from that, and Councillor Cardew raising the nursery earlier, you know, the nursery being in this document doesn't, you know, it's, if council ultimately decides that, you know, and we haven't made that decision, but if council ultimately decided that wasn't going to continue with the nursery, this document doesn't bind, is not binding upon council that it must have a nursery. Yes, it's in there because, as Councillor Dillon says, we currently do have a nursery that provides these services, but I don't think it's the lot that you think it is, Councillor Cardew. That's my view, Councillor Cardew.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Appreciate your view. Well, why put it in there if we're going to take it out? Why not just build?
Who says we're taking it out?
Why can't we just take the reference to the TRC Nursery Act, leave everything else in there?
Councillor Wills?
We don't know that we're going to take it out at all.
So
why not leave it there? If it's got to be amended at a later point. Yeah.
So my aim is to be the Native Tree Community Revegetation Program is a proposed project subject to funding on page 10. Now I acknowledge we haven't brought it to an absolute end, but it's pretty well at an absolute end in terms of previous attitudes of councillors anyway, and I wonder whether it should be still there as a proposed project. The second point is, are we advocating buying a second spray trailer?
Through the chair, with regards to your first question, it is there as a proposed project. However, these proposed projects will be subject to further discussion. The fact that I believe council intends to promote revegetation and landscape restoration within tablelands, it's a good thing to promote. Whether the means to promote that is the nursery or some other process, that is still subject to discussion. So I don't necessarily think that mentioning revegetation and landscape restoration again is binding in any particular way. With regards to your second question, the spray trailer has been put in there from the point of view of a proposed project. We currently have one which is definitely on its last legs. The community is using it, and it's one of the means that we have in order to promote people to do the right thing and to assist people doing the right thing. So it has been put there as a potential project that will be prioritized by council.
Councillor Hodge.
You know, look, I'm happy to support it. As we said, the nursery, it really doesn't mean anything here, really. So I'm happy to support it. If the nursery goes at a later date, so be it. It doesn't affect this at all, so in my opinion, so I'm happy to support it.
So councillors,
And then I'm happy to support them Wales.
I think we've discussed this one enough. We'll put it to the test. So item 12.10, Reef Guardian Action Plan Amendment. Those in favour? Carried. 5-2, Jack.
Recording?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. All right, item 12.11, road naming policy review. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Wilts and Councillor Hayden. Councillor Wilts.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, I think this is an excellent initiative to put this together and to update the policy that we've had for some time. There was a small issue in there that I asked the manager to consider, but I'll speak to that later. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Mayor, I think we just seek the council's leave perhaps to remove this from, understand Councillor Wills, sorry, to perhaps remove this from today's agenda and workshop. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we have found some, perhaps what might be described as inconsistencies in terms of the naming that we propose, and as it is not an urgent matter, and thank you, Councillor Hayden, for drawing your notice to those. And we just want to have a careful review to make sure that there are no other inconsistencies in relation to appropriate names for local areas, and we just ask that it be withdrawn and workshopped prior to being adopted. Sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Well, that goes along with the change that I was going to be seeking anyway, Mr. CEO.
Just want to have a,
I'm happy with that.
Just want to have a closer look at it. Thank you, councillors, for your feedback on Tuesday. It's highlighted a couple of potential issues.
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I agree with deferring this, because my view on this is that I don't think we should have a road naming policy at all. I think if anything, if we're going to have something, I think we should have a reference document with reference names or names that we'd like to see there, as opposed to a policy that's etched in stone for officers to follow. If you just have a reference document, because most of the people doing subdivisions and things and creating new roads, and well, they've got their own list of names that they want to put on there. I don't want to be tied to a policy of council where we have to use these names. It might be totally inappropriate. You can have it as a guide, as a reference guide document, so to speak, have all the names listed in there and let them choose. I mean, they're the ones developing the land and making these roads. Yes, there might be significance of the area, etc. But I think we need to workshop it and then perhaps come up with a final decision whether we have a policy or a reference document that can be discussed in the workshop.
All right, so can I just check with Councillor Wilts and Councillor Hayden that they're happy to amend their support for deferring? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, deferring.
Deferring this one to a future meeting?
Yeah, to a future, perhaps an unspecified future meeting, so see when we can fit in the workshops around it.
Yep.
Yeah, happy with that, Councillor Wills. Councillor Hayden, deferring it to a future meeting?
Yep.
Okay, so we've got the support of the mover and the seconder. Those in favour? Carried. Thank you.
Councillor? Thank you.
Okay, we are on to 13.1, financial report May 2023. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hodge. Seconder. Councillors. Councillor Clifton. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions for the finance manager. First of all, everything seems to be tracking the budget, so which is good. Just two questions. One question is, in the on page 317, in the statement of comprehensive income, the employee benefits, in that figure, is the current, is it 5.5 or whatever it is, from the EB, is that already in there?
No, so that'll appear in our June figures, that's been processed this week, that adjustment.
That's right. I thought I had a bit more money than I thought.
Sorry.
And the other one is...
Could I just add a comment there too? We have previously been asked direct questions about that, and until we calculate that back, we can't be completely sure. Modelled it, but the modelling isn't the actual running and calculation of the back pay itself, so that we trust that the modelling is accurate.
The other one was on page 323 in the variations to the contract. The middle one, place design group. It's an extra 5% of the total of the overall budget of nearly $500,000. And the changes in the direction of the traffic flow for Railway Lane have charged us $24,000. That's exceptional. I was thinking about that last night. I'm thinking, putting on an hourly rate, I think it's substantial. So I would just like to know, doesn't it have to be today? Just put on notice how it was calculated.
As to what works were involved, there was a lot of drawings that had been completed and had to be redone in quite some detail, so I will provide that response.
That's it, thanks.
Councillor Clifton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to note that in the recommendation, probably for the audience who may be online, that there will not be that the Department of Resources is recommending no new property valuation for 24-25.
If I may, through the chair, so that's not quite accurate. So the department writes to us every single year, and asks for our opinion on whether we think a new valuation should take place. So what I'm recommending in this report is that, based on the department's request, that we respond and say that we don't believe a new valuation is valid. So it is just our opinion. It's not necessarily actions that they will take, but they do seek our input each and every financial year.
Yes, so I'm sorry, Mr. And I should have read the whole thing out for the purpose of that we're endorsing. We don't want to have another valuation.
That's what I'm proposing, the recommendation.
Correct, thank you. Understanding that it is not our decision as to provide that input. At the moment, the Valuation of Land Act requires it to be done annually. And I think there's sufficient movement or evidence contrary to that we've produced, then may do it again.
Very good, councillors. Any more questions on Councillor Clifton?
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, just addressing it to on page 1 of 3 of orders raised by non-local suppliers. It's just a point of clarification. $15,708 for the Malanda Lake Bar Road speed as the explanation. I don't quite know what that is.
So thanks for that question through the chair, if I may. Through the TAC, the Transport Advisory Committee, there was a request for us to do a wider study the speed limits in the suburbs on both sides of Malanda Lake Marine Road. So specifically, I think it's Perryman Heights and the Fig Tree, wider Fig Tree, Mundy Road and Davies Road area, also in consideration of future development there, to see if those local road speed limits were appropriate. So we engaged a consultant to conduct a speed limit review for us and give us advice that we can then take back to the Transport Advisory Committee and then the speed review committee, which is the appropriate process under the manual for uniform traffic control devices.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have some
By
more.
the way, I think the project was awarded to Aero Industries and they come up on this list all the time as a non-local provider, despite the fact that they actually have a local office in Wall Street. But that's because their head office and their invoice account goes to Cairns. So, but technically under the procurement policy, they're actually a local provider in my view.
No, I wasn't questioning.
No, but that was just clarifying that.
The other one, halfway down the same page, is $14,850 for herbicide spraying because we didn't have enough staff. 14,000. That represents to someone called JCG Logistics. Not questioning that. Herbicide spraying, 14,850. Raymond's on land and maintenance, herbicide spraying, various areas not available on the OPH list. I don't know what's OP.
Oh, sorry, that means that it's not, that herbicide spraying is not on the occasional plant hire list because it's not actually about hiring a plant. It's actually an activity rather than a plant.
So they all went on leave at the one time, or they were sick or something?
I'd have to take on notice as to what the exact reason was why we went to. This is actually the extension of it also appears on the irrigation list as well. So it was an existing contract, and I would suspect that we had some longer staff shortages than initially envisaged, and we extended the contract. But if you wish to have full details, I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. And then further, just something slip across the top of my head. But we hired tip trucks. We don't have tippers.
We do.
Well, we hired tip trucks for 15,750. No locals applied for this type of truck.
Again, I'd have to take on notice what the specific circumstances were why we hired a tipper there. Our tippers might have been on a lot of jobs. Our tipper might have been in the fleet workshop. I'll have to take that on notice.
Councillor Hogan.
That's the same question I wanted to ask. With all the contractors, you couldn't find a tipper.
Again, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm fairly sure officers would have followed process and would have tried locals first.
Councillors, any more questions on the financial report? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried, thank you. 13.2, the outstanding infringement notice write-off. Mover of the officer's recommendation, Councillor Wilkes, seconded. Councillor Hodge, Councillor Wilkes.
I will ask the manager for a bit of a précis of it, but to me it's just cleaning up some old housekeeping and getting in stuff that there's no chance of any relevant enforcement action being successful.
That's correct. So if I may, through the chair. So we have been reviewing, we are focusing on rates initially when I first started. We are progressively working through all of our outstanding debts. We're onto the infringement notice section of our council, and I've identified that there's quite a number of invoices that are quite old. They date back to previous councils. The information that we have, so we've tried every avenue we could to collect, and have identified these ones as just items that we have no avenue to do any debt collection on, so proposing a write-off for these.
Thank you, councillors. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried, thank you. So we'll go to 13.3, service planning. A mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Clifton. Seconder, Councillor Wilkes. Councillor Clifton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support the motion. I think it puts out to the community the nub of the service review minus the great detail that was in the original document, and also the process that we're going to achieve as we go through it. I note in particularly that the CEO has been very active in getting the asset plans up and running. We're well advanced with that, significantly ahead of where I expected that we would be at this time. Being a member of the Internal Audit Committee, I've noted for a long time that the deficit that we have in asset management plans is constantly being reflected by the Audit Office, and we've addressed most of those now. So I applaud staff and the CEO for getting on with that. I'm quite happy to accept what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. It's certainly not me. I don't work much in the way of asset management plans, but the team is doing a good job to get them in place, and we are looking for some small amount of external assistance from the CT group to push things along at an even greater rate going forward. And I did attend some training last week, if I could be permitted through you, Mr. Mayor, to make a comment. I did attend some training on surface planning more generally last week, and certainly table lands is more advanced than most in the region, and catching up to the most advanced in the state in the service planning space. So again, it's also reflective of the support that Council's given and the financial allocations that Council's made to bring us to this point.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, just on a lighter note, as I say, is on page 21. Today is a Cancer Day. That's why I got the pink. It's great to see the three ladies there with their pink shirts on. So, on page 21.
Councillors? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried.
I thought you were going to tell us we could help Brad Pittler with his planning.
Yeah, in the blue shirts.
13.4, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, 7 June 2023. A mover, please. Councillor Hodge. Councillor Clifton seconding. Councillor Hodge.
Happy to support it. I'll take it as read. Thanks. Thank you.
Councillors? Those in favour? Carried. Thank you. 13.5, application for issue of term lease, lot 183 on CPOL 44th Street and lot 216 on CPOL 204. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hodge and Councillor Hayden. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go straight to our officers, please, to give us a bit of an update.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, this one's a fairly straightforward request from DNR. So there's been an application for an upgraded tenure. I think it's from an occupational licence to a term lease. I believe the state's flagged mainly a few issues which we've sort of highlighted, which is the roads that are outside of the alignment. So I'm not sure that they're keen to renew the term lease without those matters being dealt with. But for the purpose of this report, we're just seeking to reinforce that with the state so that the council's assets are protected. So.
Thank you. Councillors, any more questions on this one? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried, thank you. Okay, 13.6, Urban and Childcare Community Business Initiative update. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hayden and Councillor Wills. Councillor Hayden.
No, I think not this time. We've waited long enough.
Thank you. Councillors. Councillor Cardew.
Yeah, look, I think it's about time we dealt with this as well. The only thing I might request is if we could just have a minor amendment to the officer's recommendation in clause B to, right at the very end, following received, have the report to the September ACM, so that we can deal with it sooner rather than later.
I'll take some advice from officers, whether that's an appropriate timeline.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of the recommendation we've included in there, so you'll note that we've put on the 31st of August to get some feedback as to whether this thing's going to get off the ground. And the reason we sort of put a sunset date a few months out was because the main proponent or the driver is a local business owner who's invested some of his own money in buying some of the chattels. He's struggling to get the support of the committee around him to get this thing off the ground. So it was more in consideration of those things. But if council's of the mind to sort of bring that forward a little bit, we can certainly look at that, because I mean, I think we've got enough information as to what's happening. It's more about just pulling the trigger on saying yes or no, it's not going to get off the ground. So we sort of had a bit of a best guess, and also with the view of commencing the school year, because it makes more sense than trying to get something like this off the ground sort of midway through a term or a school year, which is what they initially indicated, albeit that was nearly 18 months ago now, so it'll be 2 years before, if they do say that they can get it off the ground, it'll be 2 years sort of in process. So happy to change those timeframes with councils of the mind that they want to try and bring that forward. But that was the reasoning behind it, because of just the circumstances where the local business owner was committing his own sort of funds and time into the venture.
So you think September is a reasonable timeline, Phil?
Yeah, look, I mean, we were hoping to have, we'd requested formally an update from the President about what the status is prior to this meeting, just so that we could provide a more informed update, I suppose. But that wasn't forthcoming, so it might even be more of a driver for council to say, well, let's shorten the time frame in terms of when we want to get a response back, and then that would then mean that the report could be tabled. So as soon as we get that yes or no confirmation from whether they're going to proceed, then we could.
If that didn't come till the 29th of August, so we wouldn't get a report back in
September.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Possible. So we'd have to bring that date forward to perhaps 31 July. And then I could achieve the September date.
And I guess that's what I'm getting at, is that time frame, probably not with the September report, but if council were of the mind to say, let's make that July instead of August, then September would be fine. So.
That's right. I mean, look at the time that's already been gone by. Yep. And that's more than enough time, so let's shorten it up and get a decision.
Yep.
All right, so who's the mover there? So the mover is Councillor Hayden, second is Councillor Wilts. So would you be happy with bringing that back to July instead of August?
Yep, that's fine.
Yep.
I've got ample time.
Councillor Wilts, yep. And you wanted to add in September to that last paragraph, is that right?
Yeah. I have an alternative approach to that, Mr. Mayor, before we decide upon adding that. Do we actually, the question is, do we need a B at all? So given the community plenty of time to decide what they want to go forward with, if they want to go forward with anything, we've just agreed that we should, for once and for all, put it to them by the end of, that they have to respond to us. We're proposing by the end of July. Do we need to put out a further expression of interest inviting them to do it again? So, I mean, like, I would advocate that we actually strike B out of our agenda.
I'll take some of it. So if I could talk to that point, the reason we include the an expression of interest process in there is because under the Local Government Regulation Council, as you know, as council would be aware, we're required to resolve to apply a relevant exemption or comply with the requirements of disposing of non-current assets. So the intention of that wasn't targeted to necessarily invite a childcare provider, if you like. It's just that council's received some requests from other potential proponents. So there's been a couple of church groups that have expressed interest, and so it was about following that process to allow the opportunity for other proponents to come along with alternatives to the alternative uses, if you like.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've got those two amendments in. Those in favour of the amended motion? Carried. Thank you. All right, 13.7, Miller Golf Club trustee lease. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bilney. Councillor Hodge seconding. Councillor Bilney.
Through the chair. My understanding of, after reading this report, is to determine if council's got the appetite to pursue negotiations with the existing Miller Golf Club executive for tenure, formalised tenure, be it through a sublease or transfer of trusteeship or whatever that may look like. For a future project, I know there is also some other little conditions in there that they're seeking preliminary approval for, and a golf cart and those sort of things. So it's in line with our reimagining of facilities that we've been pursuing, or disposal of assets. So I think this is the first step of discussing it with the club. There hasn't been any formal details as yet, but this will commence those discussions, from what I understand.
Thanks, Councillor Bilney. Councillors, any more on this one? Councillor Clifton?
Question to the officers, Mr. Mayor. So currently, we're trustees for the lease of that land.
So, through the chair, council's trustee of the land, so it's reserved land, trustee reserved land. Council's the trustee, and the golf club, I think we're operating under a licence previously. Yeah, there is provision in that licence. There is a mention of another 5-year sort of term, but that hasn't sort of been formally accepted from what we can find. But just to try and tidy things up, I think the appropriate way forward, given some of the requests about improvements in infrastructure and that sort of stuff, and the type of use that it is. So it's a golf club, so it's not really, they're operating sort of a golf club business out of there. So a trustee lease would be appropriate in the circumstances, in my view. And there is another reserve where they've expressed interest, which is a local government reserve, which is adjacent to the golf course. So that, just because the purpose of the reserve, it's slightly different to the recreational reserve where the golf club is. So there's a different treatment. We'll have to get ministerial approval and the like. We haven't, I've briefly spoken with the golf club lately, just to sort of say that we're progressing the formalisation of the tenure. Haven't got into the details as to whether there's a preference, and the report goes into some of the other considerations, including native title notices and those sorts of things for improvements and for granting of occupancy interest. So there's a little bit of work involved in getting it across the line. Whether the club have a preference either way, I'm not really sure. They haven't sort of expressed that. They're just keen to take that additional piece of land and obviously construct some improvements, which we're hoping to be able to deal with in the lease agreement or the agreement, whatever that looks like. It may be something that we can look at doing the lease agreement with the view of exploring trusteeship transfer and that sort of thing at a later stage if they're in a position, or if they're willing and able. I can't sort of predict what they may or may not like in respect to that. So
just to finalise that.
Yep.
So the passing of this resolution doesn't preclude our ability to negotiate the handovership of the trusteeship.
No, it wouldn't. It may require a further resolution just to explicitly say that. It's the same provisions as I was referring to earlier on the earlier item, in that council has to resolve to dispose of the interest in land. So in this instance, the interest that we're talking about would be that sublease or the trustee lease interest. If you're looking at transferring the trusteeship, potentially that's a different interest. So you're transferring actually the trusteeship in the land. In terms of, I haven't considered that aspect of the transfer of the trusteeship from the native title implications. I haven't sort of looked at the ILUA in that light, but as far as the ILUA is concerned for granting of a lease, it's pretty explicit that we're required to provide a proposed activity notice. So it doesn't preclude exploring the transfer of that trusteeship at a later date, but it may require another formal resolution if they express an interest to do that. So.
And then just one question, I'm sorry, but it doesn't relate to I don't believe it relates to you, but more to the finance. If we transfer the trust, if we relinquish the trustee lease and the golf club then takes on the trustee lease and the relationship with the Queensland Government, do we, in doing that, we then avoid any of the depreciations and repairs and maintenances and those obligations that we would have under, whether it's a sublease, that we would have under a sublease?
Yeah, so I'll be corrected if I'm, yeah, but that's correct. So the way the accounting standards are, because it's constructed upon council or community land, we're the custodians of, we're obliged to depreciate it and maintain it, etc. So if that transfers over, that would be the trustee's responsibility, which would then be within the club. And obviously that's, for community groups, that's a big consideration because then they take on that responsibility. So that's why I sort of, approach that option with caution, because we haven't actually had that conversation explicitly with the golf club. So,
Councillor Hodge.
Just one final one, just so everyone understands. On 398, there is, it says, just so everyone understands, council are to grant a lease or license to the club with favourable terms. The operational costs associated with the holding the assets are not effectively transferred to the club. If the trusteeship is transferred to the club, there is a risk. If the club is unable to sustain the operational costs associated with the club, there may be community expectation that council will step in and take back the trusteeship of the reserve. So that's the risk.
Yeah, so through the chair, I mean, the reason I mention that is because there's been other examples, and DNR have actually approached council on other similar matters. Councils, it's a perpetual entity. There's a preference from the state, and they're local. They hold other community assets, so it's the logical option to hold the trusteeship for community land. The difficulty is the service delivery and how much can council sustain effectively. So the reason we mention that is because if that transfers to a club, and for whatever reason in years to come that building might not be maintained as you'd like it to be, and those sorts of things, then at the other end, the state and the community may say, well, come on, council, you need to step back in and take this over. So there's nothing. It's council's prerogative at the end of the day, but it's just something worth noting because of all those reasons. Is that's the logical next step. So yeah, just something for council to be aware of if you're disposing of trust assets.
So technically, if we transfer the trusteeship, that the clubhouse, as you might well say, the physical part of it, it's theirs. It's not ours anymore. It's theirs.
Yeah. So if I can, the reserve land's a little unique in the sense that it's held in trust for a community purpose, if you like. So the benefits, the intention is that the benefit's still there for the community to use that as a recreational reserve. Obviously, it's being used as a golf course. So the legal ownership or the custodian is then the golf club as the trustee, and with that comes the responsibility to maintain the improvements in the land, etc., on behalf of the community.
That would make Door would have to make sure that they upkeep of the asset.
Yeah, through the chair. Yep.
Councillor Billey, then Councillor Curry.
Through the chair. Just, I mean, I'm very mindful of the financial burden that may be placed on on the club, and they need to also understand that if they've got secure tenure over it, that it may incur rates and those sort of things. So they will form part of those discussions that will be held. By endorsing this also under the CPR request or the customer project request application, they will be able to complete that for their golf cart shed, and then pretty much once it's approved by council and understand what the whole of life and all that is, they can then start pretty much straight away, as long as the process is followed.
Yes.
By granting this, endorsing this report.
Yeah, so through the chair, I mean, in some ways they're sort of discrete issues. I mean, obviously it would be in council's interest to deal with the improvements in the lease, but council's essentially consenting to assets being constructed upon land on which it controls. So that's really the issue. So what and I've been discussing this with the finance manager about how we might be able to make provision in the lease to try and minimise the impact on council's finances. So and by way of that, I mean the yield up provisions, it'll be things like those assets never are intended to merge with the land and those sorts of things. If they're ever challenged on a legal basis, it may be a little bit touch and go, but from an accounting basis, I think that's what we're trying to make provision for, so that we give them, similar to the ones that we've had with the Youngborough lines and that sort of thing, where we can make provision for those improvements in terms of the lease.
Councillor Targett.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I don't support this at all. I mean, we're making a lot of assumptions here, and from what Phil just said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, you haven't had a real lot of discussion with the Melbourne Golf Club regarding this. All they want at the moment is to put a shed up on a block of dirt. That's all they're asking, from what I can gather. And at the moment, they have a license as opposed to a lease. So if we go to turn around and impose a lease with all sorts of conditions and things, how much extra are they going to pay? Because they're going to attract rates if they have a lease. So at the moment, correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, they're paying about $4,758 a year. Is that right?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Estimated rates and charges at the time including state government levies were in the order of 4,000.
Yeah, so if I may, so that was previously, so this is what prompted the shift towards a licence, was to avoid the necessity to pay rates and charges. But my view is that because it's on trustee reserve land and the nature of the use being exclusively of the golf club, it would be a trustee lease under the Land Act, and the terms that apply to that lease are the prescribed terms in the land regulation, which came in 2020. So that sets out, and it prescribes actually the annual rental, which I think for this group is around $130 per annum. But you're right in what you're saying about the levying of rates, because under the local government regulation, the land that is owned by a local government but is leased to someone other than the local government is not exempted from rates. So that $4,000 figure, I think, was the forecast rates that would be payable on the block of land.
So just to clarify, I mean, I don't support it. I'm not going to vote for this. I think there's too many uncertainties here. There's too much muddy water. All they want to do is put a shed up for the golf carts on land that they've been maintaining, occupying for many, many years. And I think that we should just continue with the licence arrangement that's already in place until such time as we can sort out transferring the lease, the trusteeship from us to the state, so that they can just deal directly with the state. If we do this here, they're going to, all of a sudden, they're going to be hit with the lease. They're going to pay more rates. It's going to cost them more than what the shed was probably going to cost them to put up in the first instance. And we're just putting a burden on the golf club. So I'm not for it at all. We either continue with the lease at the moment, with the licence, or with whatever agreement's in place there, just extend it to cover the time that's needed to sort it all out once and for all with transferring the trusteeship. and allow them to put their golf cart shed on there.
So if I can, just through the chair, just to address the issue about the transfer of the trusteeship. If the trusteeship is transferred over, because it's not land that's owned or held by council, I believe it would also attract general rates. So even if we wait for that, that's still going to be the same scenario where it'd be rateable land and council's policies around how it charges rates for community groups.
I acknowledge that, but they will be fully aware of those circumstances at that point in time. At this point in time, they haven't got a clue what's going to happen to them if we approve this. They're going to be imposted by rates. It's going to be a financial burden on them. So I don't support it. Until such time we can sort it out.
We'll go to Councillor Bellamy first.
Through the chair. Look, I see it as a completely different prospect. It's triggering some action. What that action is still to be determined. It may end up being a licence as it currently is. At least if we've got a defined pathway and discuss it with the club, we're going to work out where they want to end up and where we want to end up. So I don't see it as, you know, just by endorsing it, all of a sudden they're going to have a lease. That's the end of the story.
What this is saying.
Well, without having discussion with committee, how can that be? They might just say, well, we don't want it.
I'm just an argument. When we do this, they're going to get copper lease.
No, I don't read it.
We'll go to Councillor Clifton next.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Billy, but I think in the end, we have the same conclusion in mind, and that is a responsible community-based body being negotiated, have negotiations to take over the full control of the property. I don't think there's any argument about that. Under the conditions that they propose to take it over and we propose to transfer it, needs to be negotiated. I see that they can be completely negotiated within this agreement that we're considering. I'm also thinking that when you go to over on the page 93, 97, with depreciation of 14,600, operating costs over a 2-year period of 2,500, and no maintenance costs. Well, there's got to be a maintenance cost that comes from time to time when it's got to be re-roofed or whatever it is. If you average it out, it's probably going to be $5,000 a year. We're somewhere between $20,000 and $25,000 a year in depreciation and maintenance is going out the door on the basis of the golf club. Yet the golf club, it says further down, has retained earnings of $207,000, made a profit of $9,000 last year. I don't know what it's their business as to what their fees and charges are, but I think this is one of the ones we can actually affect a transfer, and I believe it can be done. This resolution heralds our intention. It heralds it. It doesn't define it ultimately. That would be the subject of the negotiation.
Councillors,
just one quick one, if you don't mind. Is this the beginning of transferring the trustee? That's the crux, because we said it's one of the
17.
Yeah, 1 in 17. The Milner Golf Club was one of those to take away from our asset base, and so that's what am I correct in assuming that this is what this is about, is transferring the trustee altogether?
Yeah, so through the chair, if the reason that we propose this path as opposed to going straight is just to try and get some movement happening on it. So if you like, yeah, that we're formalising what I believe is an appropriate tenure over it, with the view of exploring the transfer of the trusteeship as a next step. I guess in the point around the rates or the terms of the lease and what that might look like, we can possibly wrap some, and I don't want to get too much into the details of discussing what the proposed commercial term would be between the club, but if council are of the mind to have a provision that's responsible for payment of the rates, if that's the concern, that could be done. The issue then is that when the trusteeship is transferred and then the rates kick in, there's not much incentive to move on to that less favourable sort of arrangement, if you like. So there's ways that it can be dealt with under the terms of an agreement. There can be time frame, you know, it could be a 2 or 3 year lease, or it could be a 5 year lease. It depends on what what the incentive is, but it's intended to be a stepping stone towards transferring that over. But there's a lot of considerations, I suppose, for, that we need to look at before we can just say, let's transfer.
And we may eventually say, or whenever this council next one, how long it takes, is that we may give them a concession on rates to make it more favourable. So, and then it's out of our books.
So councillors, I think we've discussed this one enough. We've got a mover and a seconder. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried, that's 6-1. I'm just conscious of the time, councillors. We've got about 8 items to go. Can I suggest that we have a short lunch break? It's 12:30, because it could take a while to get through some of these. Is that okay if we perhaps if we come back at 5 to 1, which is roughly 30 minutes. Okay, everyone, we'll reconvene. We're up to 13.8, Cycling Advisory Committee, April 2023. Do we have a mover? The officer's recommendation, Councillor Bilney and Councillor Wilts. Councillor Bilney?
Yep, through the chair. We've just been going through the processes. April was our first official meeting. As per the background, we did introduce ourselves, why we were there, what we were expectations, etc. From around the group. There's been excellent input and guidance provided by the advisory committee, and they're all equally keen to see the progression, the formation and the eventual endorsement of the strategy. So it's going well.
Thank you. Councillors, Councillor Cardew?
Yeah, can I just have some clarification on one of the action items here? Action item 6, survey IT issues.
I don't even know where you're looking.
Action item in the middle.
Sorry, item 6. What does it say?
Survey IT issues.
I can't even see where you're reading.
Page 405. 405.
Page 405, page 3 of your document.
Down the bottom.
Survey, look, I'd have to take that one. I notice I'm not.
If I can just quickly touch on that one through the chair. That refers to, Councillor Cardew, when we opened the survey, there was an issue with our form and the capture element. So for the first couple of days, people were seeing the dreaded wheel of death when they submitted the form. We were still getting forms through, but they weren't sure if they were coming through. So anyone that had any issues raised that with council, and we reassured them that their submissions were being received. That was corrected within a couple of days. We got lots of responses, and all of those were summarised and provided to the advisory committee.
Thanks, Blake. Okay, councillors, those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried, thank you.
Can I just make one mention just publicly? I'd just like to thank Christy and Megan for their work that they've actually done in putting it together. They've been fantastic.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, good day.
All right, so 13.9, updated policies, media, digital communications and social media and community engagement policy. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hodge and Councillor Wilts seconding. Councillor Hodge?
I think I need a bit of help here in regards to any amendments or whatever it was, or to this.
There is a track changes version on your online documents.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, right. Unless you want to talk to it. Okay. So I on the online version.
Yeah, if you look in your budget documents, there's a folder in there that says track changes, and the 3 policies are in there with the track changes version.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors. Final call on this one. Councillor Clifton.
I had a question, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. CEO, I haven't seen the track changes, I just didn't realise that. Is there anything we particularly need to look at that we might want to question, just in terms of your judgment?
In terms of my judgment, no.
No, okay.
You need to get that in.
I don't know what the operations are, that's all. I trust you.
Thank you.
Of course.
They're very messy versions, that's why you get the finalised one.
Okay. Is this where every council has a Facebook page or something? Is this
Stan? I'm coming.
just want to make sure, you know, if there are photos on there, it's airbrushed, so.
What? What's that? Oh, airbrushed. I thought it was airbrush, sorry. Airbrush.
Sorry, what was your question, Councillor? Through the chair.
What's the question?
Oh, well, does every council have a Facebook page or something, do it? I mean, I don't go.
No, the policy just talks about how we use it, how we use social media, what's expected of us when we use social media as employees and as personal and our personal accounts as well.
Just a piece of comedy, if you like, that goes with these things. I have a Division 4 page. In the middle of when we discussed the next motion, but I went to my Facebook page and someone had changed the picture to be a crocodile. I don't know what bothers. If you look at my Division 4 Facebook page, it comes up with a freshwater crocodile. I don't know. Why did you do it? I don't know how to undo it.
Did it have a gate?
Could you? I'd be pleased if you would. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No worries. All right, councillors, those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Carried, thank you. Okay, now we go on to notices of motion, item 14.1. Councillor David Clifton, notice of motion, removal of freshwater crocodile from Lake Eacham. Councillor Clifton.
I so move, Mr.
We have a mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wilt seconding. Councillor Clifton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Been a lot of publicity about the attack on a person in Lake Eacham. There's also been a lot of publicity on Facebook and other things of that nature about how people are not really are worried about it. There's also been some commentary about leave the crocodile alone and all that sort of stuff. I'm happy to say that a friend of mine who's also the federal politician and also is a renowned croc handler in the form of Warren Inch rang me and said, mate, it's cruel for that poor animal to be in that lake. It's too cold for it. It probably came from the Walsh or the what's that other river? Yeah, one of those. And it should be removed and put back in that water. Now that's from Warren Inch, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying that he was quite strongly of the view that it was cruel to have a freshwater crocodile in the cold waters of Lake Eacham. So I commend the motion to you.
Very good. Councillors, any other comments on this one? Those in favour of the motion? Carried, thank you. Item 14.2, Councillor Peter Hodge, notice of motion, Priors Creek Steering Committee. Councillor, do we have a seconder for Councillor Hodge? Councillor Hayden? Councillor Hodge.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll just go through each of the points. Point one, that council will dissolve the Priors Creek Steering Committee. In my view and opinion is that the steering committee has fulfilled its role in what it was supposed to do, and that was to come up with the actual design for the whole precinct, which that now has happened, and council has endorsed that. Now, the second point, Priors Creek precinct is most likely the biggest project this or any other council will take away sewage, big sewage schemes or water schemes or something like that, but as a project. Now, this is a $20 million project. You know, there is milestones, certain things that has to happen. You know, we have to try and, like through the Mayor and the CEO, advocate for probably up to $12 million of state and federal funding. So it is a big project. There is a lot of moving parts in it. And what I believe that the steering committee has done its job. So now I believe every decision made should be the whole council. We can workshop it together, we can do whatever you wish, but I think I just can't see the point of having a steering committee going through, you know, what budgets we need, which stage is going to happen, and then we got to bring it back to the full council again to get approval. I believe it should be done workshopped and the resolutions by the whole council, because there is, as I said, there's many moving parts here. We got to wait for the expressions of interest to come out about the 4 blocks. Now, if we don't get anything substantial there, I don't know where the project goes. Just fingers crossed. And I mean, and I support the project. An example is Saturday morning, I have to do give a talk to the Presbyterian ladies in the main street on Saturday morning. There's 24 of them, so I've got to, you know, try and sell the project. The third point about no delegation, what that means there is it just going back to stage 2 really. An example would be in our planning, we have delegations. We may say subdivisions from 1 to 5 is delegated. After that, the rest comes back to council. So basically, that's all it's saying. It's nothing to do with financial delegations to the CEO. It's just that there is no actual delegations for budgets or what stage it will be. Everything has to be done by council. Now, that's all that means. I mean, if you think it's a bit, difficult.
So if I could just,
Councillor,
the difficulty is that I would, if this resolution is carried as it stands, I would have to suspend consideration of the planning applications in relation to, so there's a whole pile of delegations that I have that basically relate to day-to-day business. So if we're assessing a planning application, it's being assessed under delegation. So it's strict interpretation of the resolution as you're proposing it is, I have to suspend that until I get a council resolution to say you can now consider that. So it's the breadth of point 3, that's the issue. I couldn't pay someone if they put Priors Creek as part of their weekly work on their timesheet. Hypothetically, I didn't understand that would be your intent, but taken an extreme view taken of the motion, anything to do with Priors Creek, payment of wages, anything would come back here.
Okay, I don't mind removing that because that's not my intent. My intent is just that all decisions, whether what stage it is, what the budget for it is, must come back to council for deliberation. So that's the intent. So that's in a nutshell. It'll be interesting to see what other councillors' opinions are, but it's a very big project. I believe there is got to be some issues with it politically. So I think it's best that the full council makes all the decisions. That's it.
So we're okay to remove part?
Remove part 3. That's fair.
Councillor Billings?
Through the chair. I'm not entirely convinced about dissolving a steering committee. I mean, they're the first point of discussion. We then can assist, inform the rest of council what lies behind any decision. So I think the steering committee still has a very valid point in the project. But I do agree with item 2. I think council should be very aware of the funding, where it's going. My concern is the concept of Priors Creek is very sound, and I support it. I'm just not convinced timing is correct. So I want to be able to go a little bit steady as she goes and make sure we're doing decisions for the right reasons, as opposed to actually shelving anything.
Thanks, Councillor Billings. Councillors?
Councillor Cardew?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Look, I understand where Councillor Hodges come from. I agree that get rid of the third dot point about allocations. Yeah, I think at this particular point in time, I think the steering committee still has relevance. Definitely all the decisions in relation to the project's got to come to council, there's no question about that one. I just think it's just a little bit early to dissolve that committee. There's still, like Peter said, there's still lots of moving parts in this, and I think first point of contact is the steering committee, then come to council. I'd probably still support it.
Thanks, Councillor Cardew. Councillor Wilkes?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, through the chair. A few of us have discussed this over a period of time. And yeah, we did our job. We got the concept up and running, but if you look at the makeup of the steering committee when we first did it, the two divisional councillors that border on the precinct, the CEO, the mayor, economic development, like it's a pretty fair team, and I as much as I accept Councillor Hodges' reasoning, I do still think that there is a place. I totally agree that financial decisions should be shared by all of council because it is a massive undertaking, and it'll be most probably, as you said, the biggest undertaking that this council will do. First port of call that has been mentioned by a couple of the councillors. Yeah, unless I can be convinced otherwise, I do believe that the steering committee does have a place. It's important that the correct information comes back to the rest of council, and I really think that the conduit for that is from the committee direct back. Like if you look at the decisions that we have made to this point in time, they are very minor changes to a design that council has been aware of. So I still believe that the committee does have a place.
Councillor Cardew, then Councillor Clifton.
Yeah, look, just follow on from that there, talking about conduits from the committee to council, I think because it's an advisory or a steering committee, the minutes of those committees come to council every month anyway. I'm meant to believe, is that right?
I haven't seen it.
Right?
I haven't seen it.
Well,
if I may, Mr. Mayor, I did request for that to occur 2 months ago, and we've not seen any. And at this point in time, it wasn't a formal request in terms of a resolution of council.
Well, this is something that I was going to elaborate on, is that if that's not happening, I'd like to see it happen, because that way, that every time there's a steering committee meeting, the minutes of that meeting then be brought back to the full council at the next ACM. And that's a conduit for information and discussion. So if that's not happening, I'd want to see it happening. Because if it's not happening, why do we have that steering committee then?
Councillor Billney, then Councillor Clifton.
Through the chair, I would only say, does the steering committee actually have terms of reference, or is it just a loose committee advising? Is probably the point. I haven't seen any terms of reference for it, so I mean, is that something that we need so that we can do that reporting process? Then it's set in the process.
Yeah, look, there's a few things here. I will take some advice from the CEO about terms of reference, but.
Ms. Mayor, I don't think we had specific terms of reference. It was just meant to be a point of reference, if you like.
Yeah.
There's a formal structure to it. It wasn't an advisory committee to council per se. It's a point for the consultants to this, and so I think it is as a concept as it progressed.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll call it a focus group, perhaps more than a steering committee.
Yeah, look, I mean, I accept councillor Clifton. Oh, sorry, I'll go to Hillary and I'll talk. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, just a point of clarification. If point 2 is to remain, it would be helpful to have something specific around that, because all decisions essentially means the same as point 3. And I don't think that's the intent.
Yeah.
So I think just some clarification around the types of decisions. So
yeah.
All decisions about signing timesheets, all those sorts of things, I would not expect would be
No. Look, can I, thank you. So, look, can I just, in terms of councillor Clifton's comments about the minutes, if that's something that slipped by me, we can fix that. We can fix that quickly. But look, just to go back to Peter, councillor Hodges' original motion here, it is a massive project, Peter, but the steering committee is really important because we've got people on the ground at the coalface doing stuff. They need guidance, so they need that steering committee to give them guidance for daily stuff, for stuff that doesn't need to come to council. They need that from us as councillors, from the CEO. So that's Angelo and Paul and his team. They need that close guidance. So I think the steering committee still has an important role. We can certainly make sure that those minutes are coming back to council, and certainly all the decisions, the significant decisions that have to be made about Priors Creek are made by council. We're not making significant decisions at the steering committee level about Priors Creek. They're coming to council anyway. I mean, it does serve an important function, and it's absolutely right that it's a big project, but you still need that group of people that can advise your project manager and support that team that does exist there on a daily basis. But councillor Clifton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. May I ask you, as members of the steering committee, when was the last time you had a meeting?
We have a monthly one.
We didn't have one until the last one. Cancelled last one because I think that's when we had something to come to council.
We had a workshop at the same time.
So there's no point having a.
So my point,
So we'll bring plans.
the point that you were making about the steering committee being available on a day-to-day basis to clarify doesn't accord with the fact that it's a monthly meeting and the last one hasn't been held. That means 2 months since the steering committee meeting. Now,
look, I'd have to check the records about that, but yeah, I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that the daily operations of the project team, they're often seeking advice, certainly from the CEO, about how to go about things. So that is something that needs to be consolidated at the meetings. When the meetings happen, we need to consolidate those things. This is what we did. This is why we did it. CEO suggested we do it this way, or project manager suggested we do it this way. So the steering committee does still have a valuable role in supporting that project group. It does have a valuable role. I'm not suggesting it needs to meet daily to manage the operations of the project, but it does have an important role to play. And the last thing we need is for a project like this to be, if we follow Peter's, councillor Hodges' motion through, everything's going to be managed at a council meeting. So that's the last thing the project needs. In terms of trying to deliver a project, the last thing it needs is for the steering committee to no longer exist, and it just comes back to a council meeting once a month for decisions to be made. I'd suggest that will drive the people trying to execute the project, it'll drive them to despair, to be waiting for a council meeting to do what is, you know, more routine stuff. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, if I can just add to that a little bit, like if you look at some of the decisions we've made as the steering committee on things like the type of trees that we're looking at, the colour changes to the footpaths and the tiles that are going to be used and things like that, that there's no relevance for that to come back to a full council. Some of the concerns I'm sure would be alleviated by the minutes coming through as has been asked for, and any major financial decisions come to council.
I'll just wait for my right of reply at the end.
Councillor Cardew?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've asked Councillor Hodges if he'd be prepared to amend his motion to some degree to add some other wording in there, that council retains the steering committee for the next 12 months or the next political term of this council anyway. And then in document 2, that minutes are afforded by the ACN following each meeting.
Well, basically that goes against the intent. So I don't know. I'd have to withdraw it. I'll just come back to my right of reply, if you don't mind. So, the steering committee has done a great job. Don't get me wrong. We've made the decisions now for the whole design and its concepts, right? So from now on, all that's done. So basically, what we've in this year's capital budget, there was the the design budget, which is fine. We moved, I think, the $500,000 for the power, right, to be underground, which is good. I mean, all these had to come back to council anyway for a decision, because the steering committee has got no authority as such. So that's all been done, right? That was the purpose and the role of the committee. Now, where we go forward now with this, you tell me, anyone, the next step. In my view, the next step, we have to, well, first of all, I've asked for a breakup of the proposed 2.4 million. I can't say that's what's going to be because we haven't adopted it yet, but roughly that amount. What that breakup is, right? We need to know. And one step would be when the expressions of interest come back and when they come back. And I think that is going to be where a real decision is being made. And I can't see the steering committee doing anything until that comes back, because we've got nowhere to go until we finalise what that is, because it's imperative to our budget, that funding, whatever it may be, 1.5 or 1.4 million, as part of this 23-24 budget. So, and that's why, I mean, it doesn't really worry me, right, if it gets up or down. But at the end of the day, I think the steering committee has done its work. The CEO will still be doing his job in the normal process of day-to-day business. But there's nothing much more we can do until those milestones are complete and we know exactly where we're going. Because at the moment, that's the decision that's got to be made.
So Councillor Hodge, I mean, I think the project's we're just at the beginning of the project.
That's great.
You know, the idea that the steering committee doesn't got to function anymore is quite strange, I think. So we're just at the very beginning. All the major decisions, as we all agree, come back to council anyway.
That's right.
But the steering committee is providing valuable role in supporting the project team. We'll go to Councillor Bilney, then Councillor Clifton.
Well, the Chair, yeah, look, I can't see an issue with holding a steering committee in abeyance just for the sake of if they don't have to do anything. I mean, at least you've still got a functional steering committee ready to go. I mean, I think, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me, to be honest.
But sorry, Councillor Clifton. I'm just going to shed some light on where the project's actually at. The final design drawings and a revision of the cost estimates based on those final design drawings is expected by next Thursday. So they obviously will be brought back to council, and which elements. So we've asked the project team to look at which elements of that could be separated into what you might call potentially an enabling works package, because there is significant federal funding becoming available to be applied for. Doesn't mean we get it, but if you've started in any significant way, then disqualify yourself from that funding. So there is a bit of a trick there in timing at the moment. So I'm just waiting to see those final estimates and then look at how we can potentially allocate those funds and then bring the final designs back to council to be endorsed. So that's where we're at.
Thanks, Mayor and CEO. A project of this nature goes on for a long time, and it's large, and we all agree with that. We're all committed to it. My view is that the steering committee is not the appropriate device that we need to be properly carrying forward into the kind of future that the CEO is talking about. We're bearing in mind the steering committee hasn't met for nigh on 2 months. So it does beg the question about the value of the steering committee as to what's actually going on in reality. Now, I bring it back out of the world of speculation and back to the world of experience. Mr. CEO, when you've got a project of this nature, which requires that we've taken it to the point we've taken it to, and we've got the potential for incoming funds from elsewhere, and we've got both from government as well as from private individuals. When would the time be to put in place, and if it's appropriate, a more effective, and I use the term effective, a more representative, a better project body? And what do you believe it to be formed up from? It is a difficult question to ask, but if we're perched on the edge of the precipice, and it's not whether we're diving or falling over backwards, it does hinge upon whether we get money from state and federal. It does hinge on whether we get, what would be an appropriate body to carry it forward, and is the steering committee that body?
The steering committee is still useful as we make decisions around that, the final designs and that sort of thing, but ultimately most of the things that you're talking about will be approved by council. If this funding becomes available, you'll be going to the market and calling tenders, and that process will come back to council. Regardless, the steering committee is just to provide a forum when questions need to be answered and we want some elected member input without waiting for a council meeting. And I can't foresee what they might be. Project control groups or steering committees are usual, if not, I would go more than usual. They would be commonplace in relation to projects of this nature, which is significant. We call it a steering committee, but you might otherwise call it a project control group, and it just provides us with the local divisional councils and the mayor's input when we're making decisions about matters around things like the sequencing of the work, what could be done, and the frequency of that's usually, in my experience, has been on an as-needed basis. You do have a forum you can go to and say, got this issue with the project, what's your views? And it may or may not then require a report back to council. Trying to forecast the issues, the better the planning, the better the designs, the less the issues. I think we did. I've only been involved with one project of this nature, and I don't think the project control group met infrequently after the initial designs were satisfied, infrequently through construction, and it was usually about rumblings around the schedule and how long shops would have to remain disrupted, those sorts of things. It's a little different here. We don't have that sort of necessary impact on on Main Street traders and things like that, Councillor Clifton.
Councillor Hodge.
See, the main reason, and look, I'm happy to withdraw it, necessary, that's no dramas. But because it's so important now going forward, you know, we can workshop it, but I just can't see the point having the steering committee workshop it. Then we have to go back to council again, because the council may not like the procedure or what stage or whatever that we think may be. So that's what the only reason what I'm saying is it's really important now to get this project right. We can't stuff anything up, if that's the wrong word, but so we should either, if we're going to have a workshop on something that's really important, we should workshop it with the whole council, and then you know exactly where you are. But other than that, if everyone's happy to just
been a combination of workshops. There's been quite a number of workshops at the council and the steering committee to get the material in a state where it's ready for council. But look, on the side of that.
I think you get the gist of it anyway, of the discussion. If Councillor Hayden's happy, I'll withdraw it. But unless we take away the first one and just say Price Creek, all decisions come back to council anyway, so what's the point?
I think and when you've got the stuff in a fortnight's time, and you can look at potential implementation and the actual gateways, and when external funding inputs have to be secured for those to proceed through that gateway, makes it significantly easier, council, to understand the points at which council will again interact with the program. It's not unusual when you're waiting for state and federal funding for projects to sit for a period of time. Potentially, even though it was our ambition to have works underway in this term, and then works of great significance, and they do some enabling with stormwater and things like that, which are not very exciting. As far as the thrust of the project goes.
So Councillor Hayden, would you be willing to withdraw?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep. So Councillor Hodge, are you
Okay.
okay to withdraw?
I think.
Councillor Cardew.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep the steering committee in place. I'd like to see the minutes come from council.
Absolutely.
I apologise. I thought that had commenced happening, so I'll see what forum they've been put in, but we will put them through as to be received and noted in the council meetings, councillor.
Do we need to have terms of reference? If it's going to be a steering committee or a consultant?
Well, look, it's my view that we're
beyond that.
Well, it's my view, Councillor Wills, that we're serving the function we need to serve at the moment. We're providing that support mechanism for the project team. That's, you know, all the significant decisions come back to council anyway.
Yeah, no, I was just asking.
Apart from the ones you were talking about before about cosmetic, but that I don't know. I'm happy to take advice from the CEO if that's a critical thing.
I only asked that because the subject was raised earlier.
Happy to bring the minutes back. I think if the motion's withdrawn, we'll just I think that the information that we get in a fortnight will really shed some light for councils. We develop those gateways where council will be the decision-making body, notwithstanding the financial decisions to make. It's very clear since the commencement of the project that council wants to be the keeper of those gateways. What's the thing in the wrong? I'm saying the wrong words there, Mark. Project decision framework, but as we go through those gateways, that it's council that approves progression beyond those gateways, and we're now at a point where we'll have enough information to map out those gateways in some more detail, and council should have a very comprehensive understanding of the points at which, and they may not be points in time right now, as you pointed out, but the milestones or points in the project at which they will need to return to council to get green light.
May I make a suggestion to the chair? So this project, I haven't seen it myself, it would have a project management plan.
Oh, it does.
Generally, that is actually the terms of reference, because the steering committee would be a role within the project management plan that is identified and has some entitlements and obligations and how it functions. And I would suggest that when that information that the CEO was referring to comes available, and it's been discussed with council that that's probably not a bad time to actually update the project bench plan anyway, and to reflect all the other inputs, including the complexities around funding and things like that. So, and that might be similar as to the project bench plan that was tabled today for the rail trail. That might actually be something that potentially could go back to council for endorsement, and then there's clarity around the whole project. Just an option.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, so I'll formally withdraw that.
Yeah, thanks, councillor Hodge. You okay with that, councillor Hayden?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Clifton, do you have another?
I just had an item of business without notice, Mr. Mayor, which is a response. Do you have that, Jackie? Which was, I had the benefit yesterday, Mr. Mayor, of receiving the documentation that Rockridge Farming tabled today. I received it last night, and I thought it was so detailed that I would put together this quick business without notice. Shall I read it, Mr. Mayor? I'm happy to move it.
So yeah, I think councillor Clifton is proposing to move this. So do we have a seconder? If someone's happy to second it.
Yes, I'll second.
Councillor Hodge. So you can read it, councillor Clifton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's resolved that council acknowledges the importance that the avocado growing industry plays in the overall gross domestic product in the region, and identifies Godfrey Road Kirrai as a road of major economic significance in the Tablelands region, and further agrees to commit funds to the sealing of Godfrey Road as a matter of high priority when funds become available. I don't intend to suggest that we disturb in any way whatsoever our forthcoming budget, but I would like us to recognise that, as we discussed in workshop the other day, not in workshop, post in a meeting the other day, that there are some roads in the TRC which are a bit beyond my summary of it, is they're a bit beyond the star rating system as we have it. This is one road which has grown tremendously as a carriage of very high value produce. If you study the map, it's mostly gravel. If the alternative bitumen road, that is to use state road, funnels every single semi-trailer through the three corners in Kirrai, and if any of you have ever been on the corner beside the where the store and post office is, it's really quite dangerous. A semi-trailer, even a truck with a small dog on the back, has to go right out to the maximum width of the roadway to get around. It's dangerous, it's undesirable for the residents, and if we could pursue and so that's apart from the economic value of Godfrey Road. I think they made a point in here that they're carrying tons and tons and tons of produce out on it. It's the only dirt road in there in the Rockridge area it's the only road they have to carry all their produce out by dirt. I'm not suggesting that we should do it now, but I feel that we should have it very high in principle on our list of roads. I think there are other roads that we could pursue in terms of declaring them roads of major economic significance. If you like, there are many roads which are, well, there's one prime example of a state road of significance. It's completely insignificant to us, and that's the Utan Road. goes sort of nowhere and comes out nowhere. And we did, and that's been identified by the state, as I suppose for the purpose of opening up a mining region. We've got the road that runs off at Inlet Hot Springs, councillor.
Nowhere near in Hot Springs.
No, not that, no, it's out beyond Mount Garnet, but in addition to that, to those, a road
They
like
can't
that.
take road trains to Mount Garnet, and if you stop at Mount Garnet, they've got to go the other way. That's what the idea of U-turn road is, it's the big travel road and it takes road trains.
Of course.
That's the idea of it.
Yeah.
So, but if you're looking about state road, the state road, B doubles don't go into Kirrai, they go around. If I remember correctly, when I was driving in a passenger on a truck, so to me, it doesn't actually go into Kirrai. I mean, we've got the state road down mixed up with Godfrey Road, but there's lots of roads that can be put up as economic significance, not just because they drive on one dirt road because they had avocados, but so do the people that in Hot Springs, so there's Gunawara Road supply avocados and drive on kilometres of dirt road. So I mean, how far high do these roads get and jump each other along the way? So I'm sorry, I won't be supporting, sorry.
So Councillor Clifton, I'll let you finish making your point, and then we'll go around the table.
So I advocate the idea of identifying those roads in our region which could attract the name, the road of major economic significance. I think Godfrey's one of those. I think the road that goes in off Inlet Hot Springs to service that emerging agricultural area down there on the Herbert River and the Blunder Creek is another one. I think the Gunawara Road is another one. There may be others, and I put the idea across to the CEO and to the General Manager Infrastructure that this could be an approach we could adopt in terms of which could have a significant advocacy effect. Just give us some advocacy that we could talk about roads. But I think that we should recognise that Godfrey Road itself, we have previously discussed it. It was not resolved because we didn't want to divert funds for our program. I'm not asking for funds to be diverted. I'm asking it to gain recognition, preeminent recognition. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll go Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, through the chair. I don't think we should just be naming the avocado industry. If we looked at agricultural industry, we all know what the value that it brings. And that, going on from what Councillor Clifton said, that we identify roads within the Shire that have major economic significance, rather than just identifying Godfrey Road. I think we might be opening up something that we can't close if we just nominate a particular road that services avocado growers. So I think I fully agree with where the councillor wants to go with this, but I think it should be widened to acknowledge the importance of agriculture and that we identify roads of major economic significance in the Tablelands region, and that we look at future development of those roads.
Thanks. We'll go Councillor Billney, then Councillor Cardew.
Through the chair. Look, I agree with Councillor Wilts's comments there. I think the intent here is to recognise the industry in general rather than a particular road. I agree. I would be suggesting that council comes up with a report to consider the economic input of that industry, and maybe relook at the star rating. The star rating's what's helping us inform what our roads look like. It was brought up in that document. You know, if the methodology is not hitting the mark that some of us would like it to hit, well, maybe we need to challenge it and change it. I mean, that's a way we can do that, and the intent of this motion may be realised by looking at those things.
Thank you, Councillor Cardew.
Yeah, look, I got to echo the comments of Councillor Billy and Councillor Wilk, and thank Councillor Clifton for bringing this up, because I think it's a tip of the iceberg. I think point one is that, yeah, you need to not just identify avocado, but the agricultural industry for the whole of the area. identifying roads of major economic significance certainly needs to be in our road reporting matrix. I think I fully support that because we need to identify roads that are of major economic significance to make sure that we can accommodate. We've heard the commentary this morning from Rockridge. They are a major player in our economic sustainability within the region. And not only them, but it includes all the farmers. So again, I think we really need to do that and incorporate that into our star rating system. The other thing is, particularly with Godfrey Road, is that we've got another farm next door to Rockridge Farming on the State Farm Road of equal size, and that at the moment the bitumen road goes to their front door, and they actually utilise that bitumen road, which is actually, if you look at the map what they've given us today, it's actually further to go around the bitumen road. They would be to come around the dirt, but obviously they're going the bitumen road because as opposed to going the dirt. But by doing that, and they're using this, they've got to have similar quantities to what the Howes have got. They're putting semi-trailers and things through the middle of the Kiroi. And it's dangerous. Those corners, there's two 90-degree corners in Kiroi that semi-trailers go in. They're on the other side of the road. So by identifying roads like Godfrey Road and sealing them, that other farm next to the house would use Godfrey Road as opposed to putting traffic through Kiroi. So it's a shorter distance. If it's a bitumen road, they're going to use it. So that's the other thing. And the other thing is, we've talked about dust. Dust. A few years back, we identified that Walkman had streets, gravel streets, and creating dust to the township of Walkman. So we sealed them, take away that dust issue. Kiroi hasn't been addressed. We haven't addressed that dust issue for Kiroi. So Godfrey Road still creates dust into the township of Kiroi, which is, in my view, unacceptable in today's day and age. So there's lots of things that I think we need to put in place to look at. And I'm not saying that we should go ahead and seal Godfrey Road immediately. But what I would like to see is, if we recognise that Godfrey Road is of major economic significance, and also recognise that by sealing Godfrey Road sometime in the future will alleviate the dust issues for Kiroi. It will also alleviate heavy vehicles going through Kiroi Township and having to negotiate those two right angle corners. So what I would also like to see in there then is perhaps we put a little bit of money aside for the design of Godfrey Road if we recognise that it is of major economic significance and it does address the dust and it does address the safety issues of Kiroi. Put a small amount of money in to have it designed so that in the near future, in other budgets, it's a shovel-ready project if we get funding or what have you. And the other thing that wasn't raised this morning by the Howes, but it has been raised by them in other meetings, is that they may even be prepared to contribute to the cost of sealing the road. So I think there's lots of pluses here, and we just need to start it. We need to think outside the square that how we assess our road network at the moment, and include roads of major economic significance. I think we're at that stage. I mean, our farming practices have changed, diversified. I think it's a very good point that's been raised, and I think we need to follow up on it and grow it out, because not only here, it's going to have impact everywhere else. And we've already, if you cast your mind back to the earlier years of our term, where we identified that the dirt roads around Huff Road and Shed Road and that, with the cane cart down there, the dust that was, we've sealed some of those to alleviate the dust on some houses over there. Now, we're talking about a whole county as opposed to a few houses. Now, we've already taken one little step. Yeah, I think we really need to pick this up and progress it to get a really good outcome for the whole of TRC, but, you know, and put a little bit of money aside to get Godfrey Road designed now so that it's a shovel-ready project.
Thanks, Councillor Cardew. I might come back, might come back to you last, yes. Councillor Clifton.
Thanks.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, actually, yeah, because I second the motion. So basically, I agree with what Councillor Cardew was saying. Do we say agriculture? Yeah, instead of avocado, agriculture, I agree with that. You can even go / horticulture if you want to, but agriculture, everyone knows what it is. And I do believe that Godfrey, in point 2, Godfrey Road should stay in there, right? Because it is. And I agree with point 3, is that we agree to commit to sealing Godfrey Road as a matter of high priority, yep, when funds become available. So, you know, no one's saying we're doing it tomorrow or next year or whatever. It is, if we agree it's a high priority, well then I believe it should stay there. When funds become available, it should be done. So, then it makes it quite simple. I mean, you could put another point 4 if you wanted to say, and a report comes back to council for other high priority roads due to agriculture. So
maybe that in that point there, councillor, if you could have a report come back addressing the road strategy or the star rating process that we do to include major roads of economic significance.
May I ask a question? Because, so first of all, I would like to I would like to understand what the criteria are that will inform that report, because my idea of a high priority road is maybe completely different from what each seven of your ideas are. What I may I suggest that that's workshop then after the meeting at some stage, and that you think about what you believe the criteria for high priority road are, because but I also would like to point out that there is already a similar thing in place, which is called the local roads of regional significance, and that's potentially not the same, but it does exist, and that is actually what guides external state funding for local roads. And not every road that we might feel has a high economic significance will fit the criteria for that purpose. So I'm just pointing out that the roads that we might identify as a council as economic significance might not actually be eligible for that type of funding, regardless of the fact that we actually might think they're more important than the ones that are funded through that Transfer Infrastructure Development Scheme. So there is already something in place, and there is also part of that is the first mile, last mile thing, and about a year ago we did manage to get a couple of roads added to what they call the LARS roads, the local roads of regional significance, based on the fact that they're sort of from the more regional network, they're the first mile, last mile into specific locations, and I think Maypee Road was one of them. I think the Herbert River Road is one of them as well. So they're already identified, and they're actually, as part of that, once we've developed projects, they're potentially eligible for 50% funding under KIDS, but not all the roads that you might have in mind might fit that bill. Just making sure that you're fully aware of that exists. But yeah, I strongly advocate to then have a workshop so we actually know what criteria I'm aiming for when I draft the report.
Yeah, look, if I can just say something before, perhaps, I'm not sure if Councillor Hayden wants to say anything else, but I'll say something and perhaps Councillor Clifton can wrap it up. But look, the last thing we should be doing is prioritising our road resources in business without notice. This is not the way to do it. I mean, we read that there now, and Godfrey Road is the most important high priority, but the most important economic road in the TRC. That is absolutely not the case. I understand its value for the farmers down there, but the last thing we should be doing is allocating our road resources, which is scarce, in business without notice. We need to do our homework, I'm fully supportive of doing a workshop to come up with some criteria for how we're going to identify the high priority roads. But let's not do this in business without notice and tie us or a future council to something that's been done on the run. Don't do this stuff on the run. It really needs to be thought through a lot more. If we do this on the run, we'll have another deputation in a month or two from a farmer living down on another road, and we'll be in exactly the same situation. So we've got to be really strategic when we do this and not reactive. So look, I won't be able to support this. Certainly happy for a workshop to come along and get the criteria right, as the General Manager was referring to. What will be the criteria for these high priority roads? Let's do it strategically and then come back and identify priority roads after that. That's my view. Councillor Clifton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think there's been plenty of discussion about it. We probably don't need, from my perspective, I'm happy to have the alterations that have been put there, by the way, added to it. That is, acknowledge the importance of the agricultural horticultural industry plays in the overall gross domestic product of the region. I'm also happy to have item 4 added if we need it, although I would have thought that on the basis of this discussion today, that our CEO and senior staff would have, you suggested it. We probably don't need to have it there. I expect that as a natural outcome from this discussion. I do note that we're not talking about, I do note that most of the discussion that officers, that councillors have had around the table is not actually opposing the principle of getting on with our high quality agricultural roads with high quality product. It's a question of taking a less direct and more conservative approach to dealing with the matter rather than objecting to the matter. And so I leave it to your good judgment as to, I want to see roads of economic significance identified, and I want to see them sealed. And that's my aim there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Will you allow Councillor Billney to talk?
Of course.
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, look, I agree essentially with what Councillor Clifton is saying. I got a problem having Godfrey Road specifically listed. I think that ties council to it being our main priority. We don't know if that's the case.
I have to respond.
So, you know, the intent to identify through a report coming to council, I think that's perfect. I think that would achieve the intent that Councillor Clifton's trying to raise. But yeah, for me, to identify one property and then to say commit to something which we don't know what we're committing to is a little bit.
All right, we'll go to Councillor Clifton. This is the last call, and then we'll go to the vote, huh?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And the motion says as a road. It doesn't say it's the only road. It does not infer that it is the only road of major economic significance. But Kirai is the only township which faces clouds of dust on the one hand and large semi-trailers progressively winding and screeching and digging up the roads through the middle of their town while their kids are trying to come backwards and forwards to school, while people are trying to run their businesses there. The choice for me, the choice for me is the issue of, for me, it's blind Freddy. That road needs resealing as quickly and as reasonably as we can do it. And if there's another road that needs sealing as quickly and reasonably as another farmer wants to put it up, then we've got to respond to them too. We've got to recognise that we have to be responsive to our community. This one is a really obvious to me example of how we have to be responsive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we've got a mover and seconder of what's on the screen there. Councillor Hodge, you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy. I just want to make sure it says as a road.
As a road.
As a road.
As a road.
Okay, no, I'm fine with that.
Okay, those in favour? That's carried. Okay, we'll go to confidential items.
I've got a business with that.
Oh, do you? Sorry, I didn't know.
Without notice, yeah. I just want to ask the gentleman a question if I could. It was put to me the other day, have we done any little bit of maintenance on Railway Lane to improve driving there at Craters Market? I know we were going to, I don't know whether we have.
That's not Railway Lane, you mean?
Railway Lane.
The other one on the.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the one over the back of Railway Lane.
That's not a road, so no, we don't do maintenance there. No, people shouldn't be driving it.
And it's part of the railway corridor, it's not a road. I didn't even respond, I just thought the person that sent it should have known better.
I did inform him of that it wasn't a road.
It's not an area that we should be encouraging the traffic, it's going to be right in the middle of the development area. So if we did anything now, we'd only be undoing it. We start to progress, if we find funding and we progress Priors Creek, so.
I mean,
It's not a road.
regardless of whether it's a road or whatever, it's a thoroughfare that's used very extensively by people exiting from the southern end of town, from coming from IGA. I mean, is there any harm?
It always was a road.
Eh?
It always was a road. Because remember where
It was access to the goods shed.
yeah, to the good sheds up one end, and then there's the other shed.
It was part of
up
the
round
railway.
Kelly.
Part of the railway reserve.
Yeah, it was always used as a road though.
But
So my question is.
I
why
live
can't
here,
we
there's
put a
some
bit of gravel in the
difficulty
hole?
seeing it used extensively, councillor Code. Don't really see anyone much on it.
So my question is, why can't we put some gravel in them holes there where people drive?
Get a wheelbarrow, and waste our money.
Well,
suggested the informal
through the chair, I think we've had discussions with the police actually, there's actually signage that says that it's not accessible to vehicles. For us to be encouraging vehicles to go there by making it smooth is probably counterproductive. It also is a breach of our local law, which clearly says that you're not supposed to have motorised vehicles within the rail trail reserve. So if I get an instruction from the CDO to put gravel in there and make it suitable as a road, then I'll do that.
Then I have to ask the question, if, I mean, to my knowledge, a lot of people use that thoroughfare to drive on the exit out of the CBD. If we're not gonna make.
And I'll tell you what, another reason.
Why don't we just fence it off?
Yeah, another reason is what people do, because those potholes, and I've seen them, they go onto the rail trail, drive on and come off again, and come down. So you're better off just fixing them a little bit, so at least if they're gonna drive on it, they'll drive on the roadway and not on the rail trail. So that's what they do. You see them all the time.
I'll seek instruction from the CDO.
I'd take advice doing what's in there to facilitate motor vehicles in an area where motor vehicles shouldn't be. I have a bit look at it, councillor Kaju, but it's not a road.
Well, then fence it. Stop people from driving on it, because a lot of people drive on it. And they get it
walk it. I mean, in parks, we have a big old park, we go.
I thought it was actually an access right within the reserve.
All right. Any more business without notice? Okay, we're going on to confidential items. So can I have a mover to go into confidential? Councillor Hodge and Councillor Wills to go into confidential. Those in favour? Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item 16.1. Tablelands Community Housing, Kelly Street, Atherton, Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation?
I'll move, thank you.
Councillor Hodge moving, Councillor Wilts seconding. Those in favour? Carried. 16.2. North Queensland Savannah Property Sales Retail Shop Lease Agreement, Shop 4, Ravensay Town Hall. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hayden and Councillor Bilney. Those in favour? Carried, thank you. Item 16.3, leases and licences. Do we have a mover? The officer's recommendation. Councillor Wills. Councillor Clifton. Those in favour?
Are you going to add the workshop into that or no?
It's going to happen. It'll happen, Carried. Thank you. Okay, councillors, there being no further business, today's meeting is closed and our next meeting will be
Could I just, before you close, Mr Mayor, is there normally with the date for the budget meeting?
Yeah, we just checked it.
It's wrong on
29th
the
is a
agenda.
Saturday.
I've got my days.
Oh, no, it should be June.
June.
Should be June.
Yeah, I've got my days wrong.
So we'll close the meeting and our next ordinary council meeting will be the 27th of July.